Morning. Oh, this is on. Good morning, buenos dias, kuktaj. Thank you everyone for being here, and I apologize for those who do not have a seat. We are going to go ahead and begin today's meeting with the roll call.
Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
And next we're going to move to Pledge of the Allegiance. We have
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Judge, is there anything going on in the courts these days?
Good morning. I am Judge McDonald. I'm a judge on the family bench at the Superior Court. I was appointed by Governor Hobbs last April. I'm actually celebrating my one-year anniversary this week. I also serve as the liaison to the Pima County Consolidated Justice Court. So I'll just provide a couple brief updates. At Justice Court, I have been involved in the implementation of the precinct filing, and I'm happy to report that our justices of the peace will be hearing out of custody cases from arrest to conclusion that are occurring in their precinct starting the first week in May. So they'll be hearing the cases in the precincts where they were elected, and we're very pleased to report that. I was able to take a tour of the new offices and courtrooms that our family court commissioners are going to be moving over to at Justice Court. And it's a beautiful facility. Our family court commissioners are very much looking forward to hearing cases over there starting in July, while the 7th floor of Superior Court is under renovation. And then last, I'll report our current presiding judge on the family bench gave an excellent presentation to the justices of the Arizona Supreme Court on issues currently facing the family court last week during their retreat. Thank you.
Thank you. And now invite Veronica Boone, the Wellness Director at the Tucson Indian Center, to lead us in the land acknowledgement.
Kawatsi, Yalata, Abenev, Veronica Boone, Yanisha, She'e, Kisani, Nishle, Tachini, Bashachin, Tuchini, Dashache, Do, Tabaha, Dashanali. Good morning. My name is Veronica Boone. I am of the Laguna Pueblo, born for the Red Running into the Water Navajo clan, and I am the Wellness Director for the Tucson Indian Center. So I want to say thank you for the invitation, and I'll proceed with the land acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Anything you want to share about what's happening at Tucson Indian Center?
Thank you for the opportunity. For those who do not know, the Tucson Indian Center is an independent nonprofit. We incorporated in 1963, so we've been going strong for 63 years in the Tucson community. We serve off-reservation urban American Indians and Alaska Natives from across the nation. We have 3 different service departments, with our longest department, which we started with federal funding from the Department of Labor. So we have continued that program for decades, and we continue to offer employment and training opportunities and leadership development for American Indians. My department, the Wellness Department, we've been in existence for about 20 years. We hold some weekly sobriety groups, different community fun run, and different events in the community, but it's all about making our community healthy. We have a diabetes program, and we actually, thank you to the board, but to the county, we were recently awarded an opioid settlement grant. So what we're doing with that is to teach American Indian high school students about the dangers and use of opioid use, and then to have them do peer education with middle schoolers. So again, our intent is to teach future leaders about the dangers of substance use, but then also hopefully getting a career out of it. With our Health Services Department, which is our most recent department, we offer primary care and behavioral health services to the community. So thank you for this opportunity, and please come by, visit, take a tour with us. So we welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to current events and public acknowledgements. I think I'll start with Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, Tucson lost Chris and Jackie Sheaf, who met death together in a plane crash at the Marana Airport. I was trying to put some words together to properly address the contributions that Chris Sheaf has made to our community, and I was struggling until I found a beautiful op-ed eulogy presented by Howard Weiss, an attorney here in town who knew Chris for years. And I don't think anybody could have said it better than Mr. Weiss, and I'm going to take some items out of his beautiful eulogy because I think it strikes right at the heart of what Chris and Jackie Sheaf meant to all of us. Intelligence without kindness is common in business. Kindness without intelligence is pleasant but limited. Chris delivered both consistently across decades. The same quality showed up whether Chris was chairing the Tucson International Airport Authority, working on the Pima County Habitat Conservation Plan, everything by serving on Rio Nuevo's board or sitting across a conference table. What made Chris particularly valuable to Tucson was his combination of competence and civic commitment. He helped build Lowe's Ventana Canyon in the 1980s, developed housing and apartment projects through Estes Homes, and was currently working on Rancho del Lago. Chris also understood something crucial about community service. Showing up isn't enough. He served on the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association, the Tucson Breakfast Club, the Southern Arizona Water Resources Association, the Tucson Regional Water Council, the Pima County Bond Committee. Chris treated everyone, clients, colleagues, contractors, waiters, everyone, with the same baseline respect. These aren't extraordinary virtues. They're fundamental ones, but they're increasingly rare. Tucson has lost community leaders before and will lose more. What we can't afford to lose is the example that Chris set, that it's possible to be successful and decent, smart and kind, effective and ethical, not sequentially, but simultaneously, not in theory, but in practice. That's what we lost, and that's what we need to remember. May I have a moment of silence for Chris and Jackie Sheaf? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I was pleased and privileged to attend the graduation ceremony for the new firefighter class for the Golder Ranch Fire District last Thursday evening, and was delighted to see a student who graduated from a high school where I was the principal be inducted as one of the new firefighters. The following night, I was honored to take part in the 10th year anniversary of the Ande Wildlife Bridge on Oracle Road near Catalina. This was jointly sponsored by several entities, but led by the Sonoran Desert Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. It is fair to say there would not be a Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan without Supervisor Day. I am privileged to sit in the seat that she filled for 12 years. We were honored to have 2 of her 3 children her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren at the ceremony. So it was a fitting tribute to a true public servant who we all miss very much.
I have a couple of announcements. One is just a quick note of thanks to the Altar Valley School District. We attended it was the first for us. It's a quarterly event for them. It's a family fun night. They feed 200 to 300 families within the school district at each event, and then have organizations and resources there for families to plug into. So it was an honor for us to be there, and we plan to be there at future events. We also have office hours. So our office, because our district is so large, we do office hours around in the area. Our Marana office hours are going to be on Thursday, April 23rd, 9 to noon at the Marana Food Bank. Our Sahuarita office hours are on May 5th from 10 to 1 at the Sahuarita Food Bank. And then our Ajo office hours are at the Ajo Plaza on Saturday, May 9th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you're in the area, please come by. Any other announcements? Okay, then we will move on to agenda adjustments.
On the addendum agenda, page 1, items 3 and 4, these are the executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Also on page 2, item 6, under Board of Supervisors, this is the 2026 RTA special election. Supervisor Christie requests this item be continued to the board meeting of May 12th, 2026. Thank you.
Great. Okay, we are going to move on to presentations. The first is item number 6. This is a recognition of Rabbi and Cantor Baruch Cohen. And I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And I will pass it to Supervisor Scott.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. Rabbi Cohen has been a spiritual and community leader in Pima County for decades. This certificate has been prepared to honor him on the occasion of his 100th birthday. I had a text message from one of our staff members that indicated that the rabbi was on his way over. I don't know if he has arrived yet. Mr. Bacall, do you know if he's arrived? Okay. All right. Supervisor Allen, Chair Allen, I'm sorry, I wonder if we could defer presentation of the certificate until the rabbi arrives.
It's good with me.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 7. This is a recognition of the retirement of Gilbert Wilson. I will move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Kano, I'm sorry. Oh, and it's early. It's not boding well. Oh, boy.
Need more to go.
Seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0, and I will pass this over to the administrator.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen, and if I could have staff, and then if the board could join us, I don't know, rather than going up and down, we have 2 retirements, and then we'll be moving into our gem recognition. So thank you.
Test, test. Oh, good morning.
Are there others from the stadium who can join us?
Come on up. Test, test.
Sorry. That's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
That's it. It looks like they left the director behind to take care of things. That's okay. All right. Hi, good morning. Carmine DeBonis, Deputy County Administrator. So I'm honored to be able to say a few words about Gilbert today. And so what you see here is a team from the Keno Sports Complex, and really they embody the service spirit. And, Gilbert, I would say it's safe to say that there's not an event organizer or operator of an event that happens out at Keno that doesn't know Gilbert. Talk about dedication, talk about passion for the work that he does, and just a friendly aura about him. I mean, serving the county and the Keno Sports Complex for 30 years, and this facility invites people in from outside of our community. So when people like Gilbert are there to greet them with a smile and help them with anything that they need along the way, it leaves a lasting impression on who we are as a community. And I couldn't, be happier for you in your retirement. 30 years, I mean, that's quite a milestone, and just, so excited for you. And I know the team here is going to miss you. You do so much out there. And so congratulations on your retirement. Thank you so much, Gilbert.
As you know, in sports, not a lot of players are able to finish their entire careers with one team. Legends like Kobe Bryant with the Lakers and Derek Jeter with the Yankees, and our very own Gilbert Wilson with the Keno Sports Complex. We like to say Gil came with the building when it opened in 1998. Since then, he's seen the evolution of Keno Sports Complex. He was there for a lot of firsts, such as spring training with the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chicago White Sox, the first KFMA Day, and thousands of other events since then, witnessing firsthand the transition of Keno Sports Complex to the multi-use sports facility it is today. Even through the challenges of health and life, Gil showed up every day for the past 31 years. Gil, Pima County, and the Stadium District, thank you for your dedicated service. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Your expertise and your humor will be missed. Thank you.
All right. Our next agenda item is a recognition of the retirement of, oh gosh, I don't have my glasses on. David Burnham. Thank you. And so I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0.
And I will introduce Mark Evans, the Director of the Communications Department, for today's recognition. Well,
it could be. Good morning, everyone. I've been admonished to keep it short given the amount of presentations there are today. There's three things I want to say about Dave. One is whenever we needed someone to volunteer in the communications office, Dave was always the first in line, whether we were out picking up trash, if they needed somebody to go and pull buffalo grass, Dave always volunteered. He was just the best guy in the office. We're going to miss him. The other thing was one of Dave's responsibilities as a graphic designer in the office was to print and frame all the proclamations. He's probably framed 1,500 of the proclamations. I find it very suspicious that for the first meeting where he's not here to frame the proclamations, there's a record number of proclamations. There's a conspiracy there, I think. And then the third thing is, while Dave's leaving the county, Dave will still be with the county for a long time because he's leaving a legacy. If you're familiar with Pima Animal Care Center and their illustrated mascots, Fred and Winona, a little cat and dog. They have been ubiquitous with PAC. They're everywhere. You've seen them as veterinarians, you've seen them as mariachis, you've seen them as patients getting COVID shots, all these various iterations. There's dozens and dozens of them. All of them were hand-drawn by Dave. So, you've heard of the FOP, the Friends of PAC, and back in the day, some of us have heard of the FOC, the Friends of Chuck. We decided that Fred and Winona are the charter and founding members of the Friends of Dave, the FOD, and so we made up a shirt for him for his retirement. And Dave is an avid bicyclist, and that's why they're wearing the bicycle helmets. Is he allowed to speak?
I didn't prepare any remarks, but thanks to Pima County for 25 great years.
Thank you, Dave.
A lot of members of the communication office here didn't come up for some reason. Come up.
Our next item is a recognition of the We Are Gems quarterly recipients. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Item passes 4-0. And I will pass it on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are so proud every day of the work that some 7,000 plus employees do for Pima County in serving the community. But each quarter we take a moment to recognize some individuals who have been nominated by their colleagues for special recognition for extraordinary work that they have done. And so we have a group of those today. We're going to go first to the Deputy County Administrators who will be presenting the awards in their areas. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Ms. Usher. Good morning. I know, good morning. I'll start by paraphrasing the famous artist David Lee Roth. Look at all the people here today. This is great. If you know, you know. Okay, that's... I want to start by recognizing from our wonderful library, all of our library staff. Great library. All right, Dennis Bell. Dennis, can you come join us, please? All right. Thank you, Dennis. I'll read a few things. Dennis Bell's organization, data tracking, and facilities oversight have been instrumental in addressing and improving the library's facility needs. His high standards of work, tracking, and communication have greatly contributed to ensuring that 27 branch libraries' buildings remain safe, clean, and inviting for the public. A trusted resource, Dennis is a go-to person for anyone with questions about facilities or renovation projects, consistently providing guidance and support. Thank you so much for all you do, Dave. Dennis. Thank you, thank you. You want to stay up there? All right, next we have, where's our human resources? Everyone at? Come on, human resources, come on. Aaron Hidgun, here, please come on up. Here, Aaron, how are you? Thank you. I'll read a little bit of Larry, who has 8 years and 11 months with us, learning the nuisances of Workday systems coupled with some staff shortage created a perfect storm for human resources. But Erin rose to the challenge. She demonstrated strong initiative by quickly learning the system and took on new leadership responsibilities, effectively training staff in a supportive and encouraging manner. Most importantly, Erin recognizes that HR decisions directly impact people's livelihoods, which is why she approaches her work with integrity, fairness, and a deep sense of responsibility. Thank you, Erin. Thank you. And lastly, from my list, I have information technology. We have information technology represented here with our business systems analysis, Heather Tynert. Hey, Heather. Hi, Heather. Heather Tynert has truly stepped up at a critical moment as the county prepares for new Americans with Disabilities Act's accessibility requirements taking effect this month. She has demonstrated exceptional flexibility and consistent willingness to meet directly with departments, helping them understand requirements and prepare with confidence. Heather brings valuable experience and practical insight to this effort, particularly in her way to translate complex accessibility standards into clear, actionable steps. Her work is strengthening the county's approach in a meaningful way, ultimately improving outcomes for the people these services are designed to support. Thank you, Heather. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Carmine.
Good morning. So first up on my list is Katrina Noble. So if Katrina can come up. So Katrina's with our Department of Transportation, and we're represented in the back side over there. So she's with our Community Engagement and Constituent Support Services group. And boy, let me tell you, a lot of calls come through that unit. And Katrina is one of the superstars that helps with responding to inquiries from the public. One of the other things that she does is she runs the Adopt a Roadway program for Pima County. And so hundreds of miles of roadway are maintained by residents just like you all. And if you're interested in an assignment, call Katrina after the meeting. But she has increased the number of roads that are included in that program, the number of volunteers that support that. It's a good way to help keep our roadways clean and safe. And so she really does a lot to engage with our volunteers. She reaches out afterwards. She sends them personal thank you notes. Nice little touch there. Just highly professional, very respectful, and serves the community extremely well. So thank you, Katrina.
Thanks.
Okay. Next up from our Finance and Risk Management Department is Kyle Spindler. So Kyle's been with the county and with finance for 2 years in that role, right? He's one who has to take and administer accounting standards. And so Kyle takes that task very seriously, comes up with new ways to go ahead and apply those requirements, writes up standards and works in our department to make sure that we stay on track, that we're doing things with the highest amount of ethics and integrity. And so appreciate that, Kyle. Thank you so much. And then the last recognition for me is Liz Del Campo with our Conservation Lands and Resources Department. So Liz and I had a chance to meet last week. I was at an event for Conservation Lands and Resources, and her supervisor grabbed me and said, hey, you need to come and meet Liz, and I was glad that I had the opportunity to do that. So the county has over 260,000 acres of open space land, including in that our working ranches. And so Liz has helped with the management of those properties, but more importantly has done work recently that supports the county wildfire mitigation plan and the safety of our community and dealing with invasive species on the property, right? Helping to remove those invasive plants, helping with brush management and fuel control management. And so she really has grabbed a big portfolio of properties, gets to work on properties like the Buckaloo Farms. Those of you who remember the pumpkin patch used to be out there, but that's now a county agricultural facility facility. Also working with Altar Valley and the Upper Santa Cruz Valley constituencies and doing things to help make sure that those properties are well maintained and they're safe in our community. So thank you so much, Liz.
Good morning. Thanks, Carmine. Joshua Chavez, why don't you come up? Well, Josh is walking up. We want to recognize one of our amazing park team members. Nothing says great customer service like saving one of our community members' life when they went into crisis. But that's exactly what happened when Josh went into action last year on a loop when somebody was seriously injured on their bicycle. Josh saw the crash and rushed in to save the cyclist to provide aid, calling 911 and performing CPR until paramedics arrived. When Josh isn't saving lives, he's keeping our spaces beautiful for our constituents on the loop and heads a really busy area between Grant and I-10 on the loop. So we're grateful for the work that you do as a new team member of Pima County and an avid user of the loop. We thank you for your service, Josh. Thank you. Tom Peterson, come on up. Tom, why don't you come on in? Tom's from our guardian and estate administrator from the public fiduciary. Tom Peterson doesn't just ensure the public fiduciary's office adheres to ethical billing practices, he developed the training on it. When Tom carefully scrutinizes all fee claims related to decedent and estates and probate matters, helping ensure the court can hold the office accountable for the proper disposition and distribution of all estate funds, assets, and property. And as a 15-year veteran of the office, he has created training for staff and letting them know that their knowledge and best practices will pay forward to keeping our community safe in some of the most stressful times of their lives. So thank you, Tom, for all your work.
Mr. Brown, I think the next two individuals are from the county attorney's office, I believe. We have Mr. Brown and Mr. Moser here today to help us with that. Mr. Brown.
And Mr. Moser. The two bald twins from Pima County Attorney's Office. All right. So in our office storage closet, we still have bottles of glue, and we still have glue sticks. And I don't really use the bottles of glue much, but the glue sticks every once in a while. And glue is just a vital, important thing for an office. In the civil division, we handle all the civil matters for the Pima County Attorney, Laura Conover. And we have a glue person, Angelica. In addition to being just an excellent paralegal and holding our tax unit together, she does all of the small things that keep our office joyful and productive. A happy smile after a rough hearing or a rough settlement conference. Some of her homemade salsa, which she offers to all of us. And she's like the division mom. Whenever someone's hungry, she's like, come on, mijo, come in and eat. And most of all, she keeps all of our plants alive. So like if one of us is gone, even without asking, she knows who's out. She'll go in, she'll water, fertilize. And thank you for keeping my office so green. You're just such an incredible addition to our office. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Ty Summers. So Ty is an attorney in our Special Victims Bureau. She handles some of the most challenging cases that we have at the Pima County Attorney's Office, cases involving young children as victims. That is a very difficult caseload, but on top of that, Ty leads up our initial appearance team. She is on a state bar committee. She assists us with our grand juries. She is on our case management, our case management software team, and then she does trainings throughout the office on the updates to statutes, to the law. Ty is an incredibly valuable member at the Pima County Attorney's Office. And for me, she's my canary in the coal mine, so to speak. So if things are going wrong, Ty will always let me know, and then we're able to fix those things. She is a very, very special person, and we are very happy to have her at the Pima County Attorney's Office.
Did I see the assessor here today? No, but okay. You just cozy up. Okay. We'll get one big picture in a moment. Representing our assessor today, Stephanie, thank you.
Good morning. We have Enrique Wilkins. Kiki, they've prepared a lot of nice words here for you. I unfortunately don't have my glasses and I can't read them. But what I can tell you about Kiki is that nobody expects a phone call from me at 11:30 on a Friday asking them to go out and field check 45,000 acres in a rural area. And he does that without complaint, and he does it himself. He doesn't delegate it. So I think it's your dedication to not only our office, but also to Pima County that makes you a gem.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and thanks to all of you for allowing us this moment to recognize some truly extraordinary employees. Thank you all very much.
What, you didn't want to join us? No. You obviously care what kind of company you keep. You didn't want to be seen.
I'm Matt. Hey, how are you? So, Holland Reign Supreme. The mask is not because I'm sick. The mask is for outside. Yeah. Sorry you're dealing with that. It's all right. I'm on a bunch of drugs, but I had to pick up my. It did good ones. So I had to pick up my car and it felt like this. What's the pink fluid? Right. Anyway, I got stinky like air. Anyway, it ruins all the fancy new cars. I mean, how do you because like I used to leave more externally. You have a lovely pink fluid in the car. You don't sneaking. Now they turn into this big. Dig it.
All right. So I will first add for the record that Supervisor Hines is here. We are going to pop back up to item number 6. This was a recognition of Rabbi and Cantor. Go on. And I will pass it over to Supervisor Scott.
We're honored to have you with us. Pleasure to have you here.
Honored to have you with us today.
Glad to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, my honor to introduce all of you to Rabbi and Cantor Baruch J. Kohan, and we are celebrating his 100th birthday. How kind of you to stand and honor him. And it may be a good thing for you too, because we have a lot of proclamations after this one. I want to share what our communications office prepared in honor of the rabbi. Baruch Kohan has served his community and his faith for well over 10 decades in roles ranging from world-class cantor and ordained rabbi to TV producer and writer on well-known shows like Sea Hunt and Cisco Kid, composer, choir conductor, and more. A World War II veteran, Rabbi Kohan served in the U.S. Navy in the Pacific Theater during that war. He has continued that legacy of service in Southern Arizona as a visiting rabbi and teacher at Congregation, thank you, Beit Simcha, assisting in leading services there even at the age of 99. Congratulations, Rabbi Kohan. Yours is truly a life well lived. Would you like to say a few words, sir?
Well, I just want to say this is a real surprise. It makes me proud and grateful. And I'm really happy to see all of you and have you share my celebration.
Thank you. So we are now moving over to the section of the agenda for proclamations and presentations. I'm going to do a quick change in the ordering. We are going to do agenda item number 16 first. This is a proclamation celebrating the Prosperity Initiative partnerships. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And the other one too, if you don't mind. Sorry. And we are joined today by several people, one of whom is the Vice Mayor of the City of Tucson, Jenny Grable from Community Coalition for Prosperity, Liz Cozy from United Way, Brooke Gillian from the Community Coalition for Prosperity, Helen Schaefer from Pima County. And then if there are any others who are here today that I missed, please come up and join us. And I will read the proclamation. Whereas 1 in 5 children in Pima County are growing up in poverty and at risk of remaining in poverty, and research shows that certain policies and investments not only assist those in need, but also reduce the cost to the community as a whole and return greater long-term value, especially when focused on low-income families with children. And whereas the Prosperity Initiative is a shared effort between Pima County, the City of Tucson, and the Community Coalition for Prosperity to reduce generational poverty. And whereas Pima County, the City of Tucson, and CC4P recently co-created a vision, mission, and guiding principles reflecting a shared commitment to the Prosperity Initiative. And whereas the vision is a community where every family prospers. And whereas the mission is to decrease generational poverty by addressing root causes, reducing barriers, and improving opportunities for families to thrive economically. And whereas the guiding principles include: 1, prioritizing the Prosperity Initiative's vision, mission, and policies to guide decisions, including resource allocation. 2, actively engaging community members who are experiencing poverty through open communication and in participatory decision-making when developing plans, initiatives, programs, projects, and interventions. 3, endeavoring to achieve the highest possible social and economic returns through strategic investments, evidence-based approaches, and by tracking and reporting progress. 4, addressing systemic inequities, particularly those caused by racism, by changing the systems that perpetuate generational poverty through identifying strategic leverage points, prioritizing partnerships with historically marginalized communities, and advocating for systemic change. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims a shared vision, mission, and guiding principles for implementation of the Prosperity Initiative in partnership with the City of Tucson and the Community Coalition for Prosperity, passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026. Would anyone like to make any comments?
Good morning, buenos dias. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I just want to acknowledge that this is one of the first partnerships with the city and the county putting a policy agenda together of how we're going to address poverty in Pima County and the City of Tucson. And we all know that proverb that it takes a village to raise our children, our child. It also takes a village to fail them. And so by putting the Prosperity Initiative in front of us is making sure that we're centering our young ones, our families, and making sure that they have an opportunity to thrive and prosper here in Pima County. So thank you so much for the recognition.
On behalf of the Community Coalition for Prosperity, we are honored to bring in the business, philanthropic, nonprofit, faith-based communities into this effort because we know in order to serve our families and our community, we all have to be working together. So very, very honored to be here and a part of this proclamation. And big thank you to our funding supporters. I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Jenny. TEP is proud to be a foundational sponsor for CC4P and look forward to continuing to partner with the city, with the county on the Prosperity Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to express appreciation to CC4P for their leadership in convening these conversations, facilitating these discussions, for our colleagues at the city for all of their work in partnership with the Prosperity Initiative of Pima County, and our board for their ongoing support and commitment to the Prosperity Initiative. Thank you.
And a big thank you to Bonnie Bezada, who is now on staff of Jen Allen, who is the architect of this initiative and keeps it going in our community. So thank you to you, Bonnie. I don't know where I was looking.
Can we get Bonnie? Bonnie, you come
right, back to order. We will move to item number 10. This is a presentation of a proclamation proclaiming Public Service Recognition Week in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Supervisor Hines. We are, for this item, presenting the proclamation to Kate Harrison, Communications Manager, Shelley Ann, Property Appraisal Supervisor, Danielle Rios, Departmental Personnel Coordinator, Stacy Bowman, Training and Education Coordinator, Vanessa Valencia, Administrative Service Manager, Employee Recognition Committee. So if you are here, please come on down.
Great. Well, welcome. Whereas Public Service Recognition Week celebrated annually the first full week of May since 1985 honors those who serve our nation as federal, state, county, local, and tribal government employees. And whereas public service employees perform the work that keeps our nation functioning, from providing essential services like public safety, health, and providing clean water, implementing laws, regulations, and policies that benefit the public in housing, infrastructure, and transportation. And whereas public service employees take not only jobs, but also oaths, demonstrating their commitment to serving the public with integrity and excellence. And whereas during times of uncertainty or change, our public service employees continue to carry out their duties with dedication and integrity, often without recognition. And whereas nearly 7,000 public service employees work diligently for Pima County, ensuring that all the essential services our local government provides are seamlessly delivered to constituents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 to be Public Service Recognition Week in Pima County, and encourages the next generation to explore the meaningful and rewarding opportunities that exist in public service. Let us together recognize and celebrate the individuals whose service enhances the quality of life for all, and let us reaffirm our collective commitment to civic responsibility and public trust. Passed and adopted this 21st day of April, 2026. Thank you all.
Good morning. Buenos dias. I am joined by my fellow Employee Recognition Committee members who represent various county departments. It is both an honor and a privilege as we recognize the almost 7,000 dedicated public servants of Pima County. The contributions and commitments of our county employees are vital to the well-being of our residents and play an essential role in making our community a better place. Whether ensuring our safety, maintaining our infrastructure, or delivering essential services, their hard work is the backbone of Pima County. Employees of Pima County embody resilience and a pride to serve others. Public service doesn't always receive the praise and recognition it deserves, yet it remains among the most important work we can do. Today, we take the time to honor each and every county employee's dedication and selflessness. We thank you for your tireless efforts of unwavering commitments to our community. Your work inspires us all, and through your example, we strive to build a stronger, more connected Pima County. Let us celebrate our collective achievements as we continue to serve our residents with pride and commitment. Together, we are making a difference every day. Thank you for your exceptional service. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next item is agenda item number 11. It's a presentation of a proclamation proclaiming National Library Week. So for this, we would invite Test Mayor Director Marisa Alcorta, Deputy Director Community Engagement, Isai Centeno, Paulina Aguirre Clinch, and anyone else from the library to come on up. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. There's a lot of us right here.
No, that's all right. This is quick. All right. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of... All right. Hello again. Whereas library services in Pima County began in 1883. Wait, hold on. Is that right? Yeah, 320,475 people are registered Pima County Public Library users, and nearly 3 million people visited the library last year. And whereas Pima County Public Library transforms lives by educating, inspiring, and connecting people, and whereas the library's 27 locations serve as vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning, and whereas the library's collections provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and resources, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas over 2 million physical items and 3 million digital items circulate annually, and whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support tech literacy, career growth, and economic success, and whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, innovative programming, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime. And whereas the library offers over 10,000 innovative and engaging programs for patrons of all ages annually, including children's literacy, workforce development, and adult literacy programs. And whereas libraries protect the right to read and think without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. And whereas libraries across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme, Find Your Joy. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 19 through April 25th, 2026 to be National Library Week, and calls upon everyone in Pima County to celebrate the joy and wonder of libraries and to recognize the extraordinary impacts of all those that provide library services every day. Oops. Anyone? Oh. Right. Please. I'm going to keep it.
Thank you so much for this recognition. Today actually is National Library Workers Day, and so we would like to take this day to thank and celebrate all of the staff around the county that make these services possible. After we leave today, we will be out and about distributing goodies and thanking our local library workers, and we invite you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. On to item number 12 is a presentation of a proclamation to Frank Dillon, Deputy Director, Pima County Economic Development, proclaiming this the week of May 4th to 8th Economic Development Week in Pima County. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. I will pass it to Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. That's right. Thank you all for being here. Whereas economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses, which is the hallmark of the American economy. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in their regions, and whereas economic developers work in Pima County within the state of Arizona, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 4 through May 8, 2026 to be Economic Development Week in Pima County, and to remind individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports the expansion of career opportunities and improving quality of life. Congratulations and thanks to all of you. Who's going to speak, Frank? There you go. Trade you. Got it.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this recognition. Just wanted to say on behalf of our Economic Development Department, thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors and County Administration for your continued efforts in our regional economic development efforts here in the county and in Southern Arizona. And I also would like to say thank you very much to our economic development partners, because this can't be done alone. Many of you are here right now. So just wanted to say thank you so much for all of your continued support as well.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you.
On to item 13, which is a presentation of a proclamation to John Fenton, who's the father of Brandy Fenton, celebrating the 20th anniversary of Brandy Fenton Memorial Park. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0, and I'll pass to Supervisor Scott.
Would you like to hold this? All right. Whereas Brandy Fenton Memorial Park opened to the public 20 years ago in December 2006, providing the community with a 55-acre recreational space north of the Rito River. And whereas the park honors the timeless memory of Brandy Fenton, whose life was tragically cut short at the age of 13 in March 2003, but who will always be remembered and loved by her family and friends for her beautiful smile and for being a friend to all. And whereas Brandy Fenton Memorial Park features a commemorative brick garden decorated with a metal sculpture of one of the butterflies Brandy loved, along with other modern artwork, which serves as a quiet space for reflection. And whereas the park features a wide array of community amenities, including playgrounds, a splash pad, soccer fields, basketball courts, an equestrian arena, an off-leash dog park, horseshoe pits, walking paths, and access to the popular Chuck Huckleberry Loop. And whereas the park is also home to Sculpture Tucson Sculpture Park, featuring a rotating gallery of contemporary artworks by talented artists for the public to enjoy, as well as several historic buildings from the Binghamton community. And whereas the public is invited to join Pima County Parks and Recreation and the Fenton family for a family-friendly community celebration of the park on Sunday, April 26 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby celebrates the 20th anniversary of Brandy Fenton Memorial Park and invites everyone in Pima County to celebrate the beautiful spirit of Brandy Fenton and celebrate her legacy by visiting the park that bears her name. Congratulations and thank you.
However, still a little emotional. I'm just going to read it. Mr. Chairwoman, members of the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the Fenton family, we are very honored to receive this proclamation. 23 years ago, we approached the county with the concept to do the first public-private partnership, which leveraged the county's resources with the private sector's ambitions. With the results were a beautiful park and a community asset that was created in record time. I would like to thank everyone who made it possible from the previous Board of Supervisors, especially Ann Day and her aide, Valerie Samoy, and the previous park director, Raphael Payan, was very instrumental, and especially the current staff at the Parks and Recreation, especially Victor Padilla, Robert Padilla, and Ron Odell. Once again, thank you for this proclamation. There you go. There you go.
And next we have a presentation of a proclamation to the Pima County Sheriff's Department Corrections Officers proclaiming the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 to be Correctional Officers Week in Pima County. This is from District 1, and I will move the item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0.
Chair Hines, I'm going to be presenting this in partnership with Supervisor Christie.
Of course.
Thanks for being here. Hello. Clap your back, so it must be you. I'm honored to be presenting this proclamation in partnership with Supervisor Christie. Whereas we have among us individuals whose mission is to serve and protect the people of Arizona by maintaining custody, care, and control of offenders of the law. And whereas these individuals in the daily course of duty endeavor to maintain a healthy, safe, and secure environment for those entrusted to their keeping and for their peers alike. And whereas through the efforts of these individuals, programs are provided to enhance the possibility that offenders will return to society as law-abiding citizens and as more socially and personally responsible people. And
whereas we acknowledge that such goals are not achieved without a high degree of personal sacrifice, both mental and physical, and the residents of Pima County recognize the quality service rendered to all of our people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 to be Correctional Officers Week in Pima County, and urges all residents of the county to join in honoring the corrections professionals who serve all of us. Be it further resolved that the residents of Pima County celebrate the accomplishments and efforts of our corrections officers in maintaining a safe community for all residents in and around Pima County, passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026. Thank you.
On behalf of the men and women who serve in corrections, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. Our profession often works behind the scenes, but the role we play is critical to public safety and the integrity of the justice system. Every day, corrections staff are tasked with maintaining order, ensuring accountability, and treating those in our custody with professionalism and respect. It is challenging work that requires resilience, discipline, and a strong sense of duty. We appreciate this acknowledgement, not just for ourselves, but for our families who support us and the community who we commit to serving. Thank you again for recognizing the importance of corrections professionals.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir.
Move on to item number 15, which is a presentation of a proclamation for Nurses Week. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, item passes 5-0. And I will invite up, we have guests from NAFCARE, Chris Johnson, Erica Alejandro, Maggie Estrada, representatives from National Nurses United, Dominique Hamilton, and then from TMC, Nicole Pellin and Wendy Wilcox. Please come up to join me. Okay. I had the experience of having two family members go into the emergency room. I think it was just last weekend or the weekend before. Different hospitals simultaneously. And it reminded me once again of the importance of nurses. And you all deal with us at some of our most vulnerable, frantic moments, and with such desperation coming from us, and you handle it so well. And so just on a personal note, thank you for all that you do. So I will read the proclamation. So whereas there are millions of nurses in the United States who comprise our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas the depth and breadth of the nursing profession meet the different and emerging healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings, and whereas the professional nursing has been demonstrated to be an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized patients, and whereas the demand for nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, the continuing expansion of life-sustaining technology, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services. And whereas more qualified nurses will be needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in this community, and whereas the cost-effective, safe, and quality healthcare services provided by nurses will be an ever more important component of the U.S. healthcare delivery system in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 6th through 12th to be Nurses Week and urges all residents of the county to join in honoring the nurses who care for all of us. Be it further resolved that the residents of Pima County celebrate nursing's accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system and show our appreciation for the nation's nurses, not just during this week, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026. And I will also just to highlight the impact of National Nurses United has unionized, I believe it's the only 2 hospitals in all of the state of Arizona here in Tucson, from St. Mary's and St. Joseph's, and ensuring that nurses are able to deliver the quality care and have representation in doing that. So thank you to the union. Same, share a few words.
Thank you. On behalf of nurses everywhere, but especially those in our community, thank you for this proclamation recognizing Nurses Week. I'm honored to stand here today representing a profession rooted in compassion, skill, and unwavering commitment. Nursing is more than a job, it's a calling and a promise to show up in life's most vulnerable moments, a promise to advocate, to comfort, and to care even when the path is difficult. Every day, nurses bridge the gap between science and humanity, bringing both expertise and empathy to those we serve. This recognition is meaningful because it shines a light on the dedication of nurses in our community who make a difference in ways both seen and unseen. I would like to take a moment to recognize all nurses throughout Pima County whose work is so meaningful. Those in clinics, in hospitals, in correctional settings, schools, and beyond. Thank you for valuing our work, for supporting our profession, and for acknowledging the impact nurses have on the health and the well-being of our community. I would also like to thank the board for the opportunity to accept this proclamation on behalf of nurses everywhere. What an honor. Thank you.
Hi. I also wanted to express gratitude to the board and to Pima County for this recognition. It's really an honor to be a nurse. I've been a nurse for 9 years now. And today, the nurses of St. Mary's and St. Joe's are actually all in bargaining for their third union contract. So this is the first day of bargaining. So hoping for some strong contract language there. Having been recently fired for being the union steward due to union retaliation, I am really hopeful to get my job back, get reinstated, and the support of the community from that has really moved me and honored me as well. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17. This is a presentation of of a proclamation for National Small Business Week in Pima County. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. And I will, Supervisor Christie. And this proclamation is being presented to Janae Arenas, member of the Pima County Small Business Commission. Thank you.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 167 more proclamations to go, so. This is a special time for me as a member of the small business community. For most of my life, I recognize the importance of small businesses and the work that they do, and it's an honor for me to be able to read this proclamation. Whereas Pima County recognizes the values, the hard work, dedication, and entrepreneurial spirit of small business in the region, and whereas small businesses are the backbone of Pima County's economy, and whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture, and whereas this country's over 36.2 million small businesses represent 99.9% of all U.S. firms. These businesses employ 62.3 million people, which accounts for approximately 45.9% of private sector employees and spur economic growth in Pima County and throughout the country. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. And whereas Pima County supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best: grow their businesses, create jobs, and ensure that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, the Pima County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as National Small Business Week. Congratulations.
I couldn't say it any better than Supervisor Christie here. My name is Janae Arenas. I am the owner to Picture Rocks Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. And it's an honor to come before you and to receive this proclamation. Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for acknowledging this on a yearly basis. We truly do appreciate that. And small businesses give their heart, grit, and commitment to serve the community. And this is just greatly appreciated. I'll keep it short, and thank you.
Thank you. And just as a side note, recently I needed some air conditioning work at my home, and I called your firm.
I thought that was you.
And we had wonderful service, prompt attention, and quality craftsmanship. So thank you as a small business owner.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is agenda item number 18. It's a presentation of a proclamation to Jimmy Hart and Aaron Scott, co-founders of the Young Men's Symposium. And this is a proclamation strengthening community, Young Men's Leadership Symposium Day. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All those, it passes 5-0. Supervisor Cano, like to present.
So I'd like to welcome Mr. Hart, Mr. Scott, Mr. Peck, Mr. Burton, and Mr. Hart, if you are here. No, thank you. Hi, good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Hi, good to see you. Who's going to hold this?
Sure.
All right. Whereas Strengthening Community is committed to lifting up young men, strengthening families, and building a more empowered community through leadership, mentorship, education, and service. And whereas the Strengthening Community Young Men's Leadership Symposium creates a space where boys and young men are encouraged to grow in confidence, character, and purpose. And whereas the Young Men's Leadership Symposium brings together students, mentors, community leaders, educators, professionals, and families to invest in the next generation through encouragement, exposure, guidance, and opportunity. And whereas Strengthening Community affirms that our young men are full of promise and that when they are surrounded by care, wisdom, and opportunity, they are better equipped to thrive in school, in relationships, in careers, and in life. And whereas the Leadership Symposium helps young men discover their voices, build meaningful connections, and see themselves as future leaders, scholars, professionals, fathers, mentors, and change makers in Pima County and beyond. And whereas through mentorship, shared stories, career exposure, leadership development, and intergenerational connection, Strengthening Community helps cultivate a culture of brotherhood, responsibility, and service. And whereas the Leadership Symposium reflects the belief that leadership is not merely something to be admired, but something to be practiced through integrity, compassion, accountability, courage, and a commitment to lifting up others. And whereas we celebrate the work of Strengthening Community for their positive and lasting impact on young men, families, and the Pima County community at large, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the third Saturday of April to be Strengthening Community Young Men's Leadership Symposium Day throughout Pima County and encourages all residents to recognize, support, and celebrate the work of Strengthening Community in preparing young men to lead lives of purpose, service, leadership, and impact, passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026. Congratulations.
Let's go. I'm Jimmy Hart, one half of the founding members, and we have mentors with us. We are so grateful for you and for District 5 and the Pima County Board of Supervisors for this acknowledgement. We started Strengthening Community Foundation because in Pima County we have a very high vulnerability index for young men, indicators like crime, poverty, graduation rates, opportunity, lack of opportunity. And so we created the foundation as well as the symposium to do our part to impact what's happening with our young men within our community. We truly believe that, in the words of Frederick Douglass, the famous abolitionist, that it is easier to grow strong children than to repair broken men. And so that is our work within our community. So thank you. Aaron, you want to share? Yeah.
On behalf of Strengthening Community Foundation, we just say thank you. Thank you. And we're grateful to be able to serve this great county. And we're excited to see some wonderful things come from it.
We also got a few books we'd like to share with the board. This book went #1 on Amazon, and it's our way of sewing back into the young men within our community.
Wants to hold the books. There we go. Product, please. Okay.
Product, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course. And Madam Chair, if I can have a moment of personal privilege really quick. We have a special guest in the room who was on our broadcast station, KBOA, for over 45 years, Lupita Murillo. And it is Lupita and her husband Don's anniversary today. So Just wanted to say hi.
All right, we are moving to item 19, which is a presentation of a proclamation to Rob Burton, member of the International Jazz Society, proclaiming International Day of Jazz. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed, item passes 5-0. Supervisor Kano.
Well, welcome, Mr. Burton and guests. This is one of the shortest proclamations I've ever read, and I'm sure folks will enjoy it. All right. Welcome to your Board of Supervisors hearing room. Whereas jazz breaks down barriers and creates opportunities for mutual understanding and tolerance, and whereas jazz is a vector of freedom of expression, and whereas jazz is a symbol of unity and peace, and whereas jazz reduces tensions between individuals, groups, and communities, and whereas jazz fosters gender equality, and whereas jazz reinforces the role youth play for social change, and whereas jazz encourages artistic innovation, improvisation, new forms of expression, and inclusion of traditional music forms into new ones, and whereas jazz stimulates intercultural dialogue and empowers young people from marginalized societies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Thursday, April 30th to be International Day of Jazz in this community and encourages all of our residents to come out and help celebrate new forms of expression and traditional music forms passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026.
Thank you, Supervisor Kano. Ladies and gentlemen, Board of Supervisors, it is a real honor to be before you today. We thank you for this proclamation, and I would just like to take a minute to tell you that the Tucson Jazz Society is 47 years old, and this is our 10th anniversary of celebrating International Jazz Month. On April 30th, we will be celebrating International Jazz Day. And we are inviting all of the Board of Supervisors and Jan to attend our celebration, which will begin at 5 o'clock. Doors will open at 5 o'clock. It'll go till 9. We've got 2 great bands. We have live auctions, raffles. It's going to be a wonderful time. But what we're doing is raising money for our Clarence Ezell Boykin Scholarship Fund. Clarence passed away last May, and we named the scholarship fund after him. But more importantly, we just developed a new program to do fine arts in middle schools. And Dustin Williams, the Pima County Superintendent of Schools, found a middle school for us for our first program. And I believe it's going to be Amphi Middle School. All right, Rex. So we invite you all to come to Brother John's on April 30th, where we will be having a great celebration. But more importantly, we're raising money for our young people, and the scholarships will go to young people that want to continue in music and also go into teaching, because there's a shortfall in both of those areas. All right, I've spoken enough. Anyone want else to say something? Took over.
That's everything I was going to say.
Let's get a photo.
All right. Thank you very much.
We'll take a photo right here.
On on to item number 20. This is a presentation of a proclamation to Scott Blades, founder, Tucson Interfaith HIV/AIDS Network, THON, recognizing him for his years of service. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. And I know that Mr. Blades has a fan club here today. If you are here for Mr. Blades' proclamation, please come back and join us. Come on in, you guys can feel free to use both sides.
I won't steal on my promise.
All right. You can see the power of our community right here in front of you for standing here for a bittersweet moment in honor of an incredible community leader. Whereas Scott Blades, founder and longtime executive director of Tucson Interfaith HIV/AIDS Network, has devoted more than 3 decades to improving the health, dignity, and well-being of residents living with HIV throughout Pima County. And whereas this work began in 1990 when a resident named Tim courageously shared with his faith community that he was living with AIDS and facing his illness alone, inspiring Scott Blades and others to provide care, companionship, and dignity during his final weeks. And whereas from that moment, Scott Blades built a broad community response that united faith communities, volunteers, nonprofits, businesses, and service providers to ensure that individuals living with HIV would not face their journey alone. And whereas since founding THON in 1994, Scott Blades has guided a volunteer-powered network that has mobilized thousands and supported individuals living with HIV through practical assistance, supportive programs, and meaningful community connection. And whereas throughout his leadership, this collaborative effort has strengthened public awareness, reduced stigma surrounding HIV, and fostered partnerships that contribute to improved health outcomes and quality of life. And whereas Scott Blades' vision and dedication demonstrate the profound impact that community collaboration, volunteer service, and compassionate leadership can have in addressing complex public health challenges and strengthening the well-being of the people of Pima County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Scott Blades for his extraordinary leadership and decades of service and expresses deep appreciation for his lasting contributions to the health and the well-being of residents of Pima County, passed and adopted this 21st day of April 2026.
Give me just a moment. Over the past 32 years, we have built something remarkable, an inclusive, volunteer-powered response grounded in compassion and support for people living with HIV. What began as a simple vision to bring together a diverse coalition of faith communities, volunteers, nonprofits, and businesses has grown into a movement rooted in dignity, connection, and practical care. The seeds of THON were planted in 1990 when Tim stood up in that Tucson church one Sunday morning, shared his story about having AIDS, and asking for help. Several of us stepped forward. We formed a small team taking care, supporting Tim through the final weeks of his life. I was one of those volunteers, and that experience changed me. It set in motion what 4 years later would become THON. One of the moments out of that moment came a vision to build something broader, something more inclusive, a network where everyone could contribute their time, their compassion and their resources to make a difference. We began by organizing within one congregation, then reached outward, connecting with other faith communities, partnering with HIV service providers, and building collaborations that expanded our reach and deepened our impact. Since 1994, I've had the privilege of leading this organization. What I thought might be a short-term response became a 32-year journey, and one that has seen Tihan grow into the largest non-government funded provider of support services for people living with HIV in Arizona. At the heart of our work is the volunteer community. More than 4,700 people have stepped forward over the years, contributing hundreds of thousands of hours, volunteer hours of service. Because of them, we've walked alongside hundreds and hundreds of people living with HIV, offering care, connection, and community, a sense of belonging. We've been present in life's hardest moments, ensuring that no one is alone in their time of life. And we have supported people as they rebuild, overcoming stigma and finding strength, and widening the circle of care. All of this couldn't have been possible without these amazing volunteers and donors and care partners here. I just want to acknowledge the role that you all have played. I know you're here honoring me, but I'm really here, as I have been for 32 years, honoring and appreciating you. Matthew and Noel and Kevin and John and Don and Lupita and Jeff and Terry and Magdalena and Jess and my sister Paula and Tim and Dan and my sister Kim and Kelly and Ed and Pastor Jim and Kristen and Tina and Claudia and Becky and Gib and Leslie and Harry and John, and I could go on for hours with the amazing people that have made a difference through Tihan, made a difference in my life. I will be eternally grateful for you. It's been the honor of my life to help build this coalition and to walk alongside so many people, volunteers, providers, care partners, community folks, people living with HIV. To the supervisors, Supervisor Cano, all of our county supervisors and county staff, thank you for the recognition of this work that we do together. I deeply appreciate it and will be forever grateful. Thank you. Good again.
Congratulations. Good to see you, Jess. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks. Sir,
All right, we are moving on to our last two proclamations. This is from addendum number 1. This is a presentation of a proclamation for Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion, all those in favor? Aye. I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, and I will say that that was passed 5-0. And we are presenting this to Sally Crum, Mount Lemon Fire Weiss Team Captain, Joe Gania, Mount Lemon Fire District Chief, Tricia Tubbs, Greater Green Valley Community Emergency Response Team Council Member, and Kevin McNichols, Santa Rita Valley Fire District CERT Liaison.
got it. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is especially noteworthy as the Firewise initiative is a special initiative that we founded and championed and nurtured in District 4, and it's blooming into something that's being embraced by the entire community, and it's so urgent and important in our very vulnerable position with wildfires in Pima County. And as a note, Firewise USA has grown in Pima County from a handful of communities just 5 years ago to more than 23 today, located in 4 of the 5 supervisoral districts and 14 in the Green Valley area. Today, we salute them and the granddaddy of them all, Mount Lemon Firewise. And I am honored to read this proclamation. Whereas the National Fire Protection Association has designated Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 as Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in the United States, and whereas we recognize the residents, stakeholders, and neighborhoods throughout Pima County who engage in wildfire mitigation activities, and whereas we salute the courageous first responders, local officials, and others who work together to create communities that are more resilient and safer from loss due to wildfires. And whereas we acknowledge that each of us can do our part to prepare for wildfire emergencies by taking steps to make effective changes to our landscapes and homes and help ensure people have the necessary resources and knowledge to help protect themselves from wildfire losses. And whereas we encourage all residents to recognize the importance of wildfire prevention efforts and work together to enhance our readiness, and whereas we applaud the Mount Lemon Firewise team, founded in 2004 after the devastating Aspen fire, for its efforts to keep mountain residents and their property safe, and salute the greater Green Valley Community Emergency Response Team and the Santa Rita Fire District on their efforts to grow from one Firewise USA certified chapter in 2023 to more than 14 today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, to be Wildfire Community Preparedness Day in Pima County, and encourages citizens and organizations throughout the community to take action to raise awareness and reduce wildfire risks. Passed and adopted this 21st day of April, 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you. The Mount Lemon Firewise community wants to sincerely thank the Board of Directors in Pima County for recognizing May 2nd as National Community Wildfire Preparedness Day. And I'm so excited to hear about the growth in Green Valley. This is something that impacts every individual. As we've already seen this spring, we've had fire in a wash close to a neighborhood in Tucson. Everybody has to do their part. Every individual action will make a difference in protecting our families. I also want to thank Pima County and Deputy Community Director DeBonis for his participation on the Arizona Resilience and Mitigation Council, who took 6 months looking at what we can do to make affordable insurance available for those areas that have been impacted by wildfires. I also deeply appreciate your implementation of the Wildfire Mitigation Plan, which offers a year-round approach to education, fuel reduction, and emergency response. With the increased wildfire risk this year due to low moisture and high heat, your efforts are timely and vital. Thank you for your commitment to the safety and resilience of our community.
Our success in Green Valley and Sahuarita has been due to the efforts of the number of volunteers we have in our community emergency response team and the CERT, the Greater Green Valley CERT team. So they've been working hard at this, and I believe we're up to 17 as of last week now, certified communities. So anyway, thank you.
Let me stay in between you.
And now we're going to move to addendum item number 2. This is a proclamation for Youth Week in Pima County. Move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0, and it is my understanding that this proclamation is not being presented today, but will be presented at an event. Thank you. There was one last proclamation that did not get agendized, but I think it probably should have, proclaiming today, April 21st, the day of proclamations in Pima County.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, moving on to agenda item. We're going to, again, making a shift. We have a number of special guests today this is a presentation. Agenda item number 33. It is a presentation from the Explore Tucson project presented by Mrs. Thompson's gifted class from Canyon View Elementary School. I will pass it over to Supervisor Scott to introduce the class.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Very honored to have Ms. Thompson and several of her students from Canyon View Elementary School, which is part of the Catalina Foothills School District. I think you're going to be impressed not only with their scholarship and leadership, but I think you'll all learn something that perhaps you didn't know before about Tucson and Pima County. So I would invite Ms. Thompson and her students to come forth. And you can shift this microphone here so that you can use it for your presentation. And we have your slides loaded, and you can ask them to advance the slides as needed.
Talk to you, or should we stand on this side?
Yes, you should always address the board. Yes. And you can shift that microphone, Ms. Thompson. You can do it. There you go. All right. And when you want slides advanced, you can just say next slide, and our staff will take care of that for you.
This is the website, not the slides. So the slides are a PowerPoint. This is our I can pull it up on my computer if that's easier. But what they have up on the screen right now, this is our product, but not our presentation slides.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Staff, there are slides that are attached to the item that are attached to item number 33 that I think that's what Ms. Thompson is referring to.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Well, no, those almost.
I have it up on my computer if that's easiest. I can just start from here. Okay. Good morning, members of the board and ladies and gentlemen. We are so excited to share a project that has let these students become historians and civic thinkers. Over the past couple months, students have been researching Tucson's history. They have met with site experts of community members and created a multimedia and public-facing tour. We want to show you how students can make history come alive.
How did westward expansion shape Tucson? Our big question helped guide all of our research. We wanted to know how Tucson grew, who was affected, and why understanding that history matters today. This question made us think like real historians. what we wanted to do. Understand how westward expansion made an impact in the place that we live. Study real landmarks and organizations. Analyze historical evidence from multiple sources. Share what we learned with the community, and invite the community to share their thoughts with us. We wanted to go beyond just reading about history. We became researchers, analyzed primary and secondary sources, and thought about who was impacted by past decisions. Then, we created ways for the community to interact with and learn from what we discovered.
Where we explored.
If you want to speak into the mic, please.
Where we explored. Mission Gardens, which we explored indigenous history, land, water, and agriculture. El Presidio San Agustin, borders, laws, and Tucson becoming part of the United States. Hotel Congress, railroads, transportation, and city growth. Arizona Mining Association, economy, natural resources, and migration. Arizona History Museum, daily life, families, and travel. And Tucson Water, systems, change, and interaction. We each picked a site and studied it deeply. We learned how these places connected to westward expansion and how they shaped the city we live in today. Some of us even covered 2 sites to tell a bigger story.
You can adjust the mic down, kiddo.
Becoming historians, we collected primary sources like photographs, maps, newspaper clippings. We examined secondary sources like museum exhibits, articles, and presentations. We analyzed perspectives, who benefited, who was affected, and then we traced connections to them, like them versus now. We worked like real historians. We looked at different types of sources, thought about different perspectives, and noticed how decisions from the past still affected Tucson today. It was really exciting to see how U.S. history is connected to our own city. Our systems thinking was land and water use, irrigation, farming and urban growth, transportation, railroads, roads, tourism, economy, mining and hotels, community, which was families, culture, and public spaces, and we learned that every decision in history connects to multiple systems in Tucson. For example, building a railroad affected jobs, neighborhoods, and trade. Understanding these connections helped us think critically about how cities grew. What we learned. We realized that some people's stories are remembered while others may be forgotten. History isn't just the past, it's still reflected in our city today. We can ask questions that help the community make fair decisions. We wanted to share how this project changed the way we think about Tucson. History became real when we saw connections between the past and our lives today. How the community can explore. We have placed a QR code at each site for a public city tour. Each QR code links to a multimedia presentation with our historical analysis. There are also civic questions for the community to engage with and share their thoughts. This is an interactive experience for families to do together. We created a tour that anyone can take, in person or through our virtual option online. Each stop has historical evidence, multiple perspectives, and questions to think about. We want everyone to feel like they're learning history along with us.
Asking the community, how should Tucson balance growth and preserve history? Whose voices are missing from our city's story? And how can we make fair decisions for Tucson's future? We wrote and included civic questions because history isn't just about the past, it is about decisions today. We want the community to reflect and respond so they can help shape Tucson responsibly.
Our project's impact. Students became historians and teachers. The community learned about Tucson through the eyes of 5th graders. We connected to local history, to national and global themes. We encouraged ethical reasoning and civic engagement. This project shows that students can make a real difference. We're not just learning history, we're sharing it, asking questions, and helping the community think about its future. Explore Tucson. We hope you will help us spread the word so people will take our tour and share their experience through civic reflections. Thank you so much for letting us share our project with you today. We hope We hope people enjoy exploring Tucson's history and reflecting on how the city has grown. Most importantly, we hope you see how capable and excited students can be when given the chance to think like historians.
I know our staff will want a picture of all of you, and I'll come down there and take it with you in just a second. If you are able to share this with Mr. Bacall from our staff electronically, we will make sure that this is in our newsletter, social media, website, so it gets out to District 1 families. We can share it with the Pima County Communications Department as well to try and get it more widely distributed. And since you've already had experience with primary and secondary sources, I'm sure I can expect to find out that all of you register for AP US History when you're in high school.
Thank you.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
Let's give them another hand, please. Do you want to? You guys would just put away.
Thank you all for coming today, and yeah, safe travels back to school. We are going to hop to regular agenda item number 28. This is a hearing for the collection of constable fees. I am doing this because our presiding constable, Eric Kersnerich, is here, and I believe he's here from Ajo, so mindful of his travel time. So if there is there anyone here to speak to the hearing? Okay. I don't know if, Constable, if you wanted to preface the item.
Chair Allen, honorable supervisors, I appreciate you moving up the agenda item.
Might want to adjust the mic.
How's that, a little better, guys? Thank you.
Fifth grade height.
This is a request to increase the court-collected writ fees. A lot of people just think writ as an eviction, but it also affects the writs of execution, which order us to seize property. Last year, we received 3,860 writs of restitution for evictions. That totaled us to just under $19,000 in writ fees, which is currently at $5 per writ. Legislation was changed to allow the Board of Supervisors to increase that to $10, which will increase the funding. All those writ fees are sent to the Constable Ethics Standards and Training Board, and they issue grants in 2 cycles every year, which also pays for the 2 constable trainings that are put on, one in January, usually one in the summer. All constables in the state are statutorily required to attend at least one, or they're in violation of the statute. Right now, we receive a pretty good amount of grant money in Pima County from that. Just within this fiscal year, we're right around $24,000 that we're receiving. We just received another one for $10,000 last week. So we're pretty high above the curve. What this helps out is it's going to increase the pool of money for grants. So it pays for trainings, equipment, uniforms, a lot of reimbursements we get, which go right back to the taxpayers of the county. So we'll use one example. We just spent, I want to say, just under $20,000 on soft shields, which we use for our protection and the protection of property managers, individuals like that, especially during an eviction. If they're at the door, we're trying to get in, it's another layer of added safety. That's an item that's reimbursed by these grants. So it not just benefits us as the constables, it benefits the entire county and the community. And we feel this would bring in more money for us to alleviate a lot of the strain on the taxpayers by having this fee up to $10. I believe there's only 3 or 4 counties that have not approved it right now. The ethics board is very fair and equitable how they distribute the funds, but you have large counties like Pima or Maricopa. We have a lot of spending for equipment. We can take big chunks of that. Although we do put in big chunks of money into it, it affects the smaller counties too. So it's a win-win for everybody, the more counties we can get on board. And if there's any questions I can answer for the board, I am more than happy to.
There's no questions. I will move to close the hearing for ordinance number 2026-5 and move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to have one other item before we move to call to the public. This is regular agenda item number 41. This is a classification compensation. I'm doing this because James Giacomo, clerk of the Superior Court, is here. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay. We are now going to move to item 21, regular agenda item 21, which is called to the public. I will start by reading the public guidelines. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. And I will call up our first 3 speakers. Our first...
Madam Chair? How many speakers do we have?
There are 8.
So they each have 3 minutes?
Indeed, that is true.
Thank you.
Yep. So our first 3 speakers, first will be Trista DiGenova, who will be joining us telephonically, followed by Lori Moore, followed by Corey Stevens. So... Ms. Trista DiGenova, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I am here today because my District 7 supervisor has failed to respond to more than a half a dozen formal requests for assistance in securing the return of my service dog, Dr. Baker, who was cruelly, unlawfully, and unconstitutionally seized by PAC and the Sheriff's Department over 2 years ago now. Due to this lack of response, I'm formally putting this board on notice that you will be included in my civil action for failure to intervene in documented misconduct by county employees, and again, doing your job for you, submitting a ready-made motion for the board to do its job in my case. You can send me the check. By the way, just filed an emergency motion in my appeal for a safe return of my service dog. Would this board please support? It's the least you could do. What happened to me should concern every resident of this county because it could happen to you. Home invasion, disappearance into the prison system, taking away your freedom, your family, livelihood, your everything, with impunity. Just think about all the other people rotting in jail or psych facilities right now. But for the grace of God, go I. Maybe this board should give me an award for surviving all this. I will speak at every meeting until the heads of these 3 agencies involved are removed, and I volunteered to be interim head of PAC, PCSD, and the attorney's office. And of course, I will speak up for the voiceless. My poor animals who were seized unnecessarily and cruelly in order to carry out this bizarre, grotesque public humiliation of me is called a civil conspiracy, a targeted smear campaign that was enabled by Sheriff Nano's possible election interference. And I'm suing these agencies and officials out of their jobs, hopefully, through civil and federal remedies. Nanos, of course, told me through his deputy to stop contacting him for assistance or intervention in my case, which makes him liable for criminal negligence under the legal doctrine of respondeat superior. I'm asking the public to pressure PAC to immediately and safely return my service dog and the remainder of my entire flock with a public apology and minimum $200K in restitution for the theft of my livestock. On August 30, 2023, more than 60 officers from Pima County Sheriff's Department and PAC executed a blanket search warrant obtained without probable cause or evidence of a crime, which is unconstitutional if you did not know, violation of due process and unreasonable search and seizure. So I was assaulted, arrested, my animals were seized, my rights were violated, false arrest, false imprisonment. I was tortured in Pima County Jail, which has 4 times more jail deaths than Rikers Island, if you did not know. Yet another reason to shut it down and remove Nanos as incompetent. Then publicly humiliated with a mugshot and abuse charges in order to destroy my erstwhile sterling reputation. Sounds definitely like a setup to me. It's called a public humiliation ritual and a smear campaign. August 30, 2023, my prize-winning flock animals I raised with years of 24/7 devoted care, including specialized miniature service chickens, was taken. My service dog was taken, and I, by some miracle, survived this hit job by local law enforcement and PAC, in which they defame me to the press after fabricating a
That is
mountain of
time.
evidence.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lori Moore.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore, white biological female, because Democrats like to put people in categories. I remember when Barack Obama came out with that catchy phrase, share the wealth. I thought he was going to sell his beach house on Martha's Vineyard and buy a row house to model equity. But he was just talking the talk and not about to walk the walk. And that is going on wherever Democrats are in charge, like this board. The average income in Pima County is $73,000 annually. Half of Pima County makes a lot less than that. Is that of any concern to you? This board gave 600,000 total strangers with no allegiance to this country. They let them illegally enter with help from Mexico, and then they showered them with unbelievable wealth. $5,000 cash cards for every man, woman, and child, the likes of which no man, woman, or child in Pima County has ever seen. Has this board ever helped any residents here as much as you have helped the illegals who breached our border? The answer is no. I am looking at a board of so-called Democrat socialists, yet some are multimillionaire capitalists. I have been told, Supervisor Hines, you have 4 jobs. You are a doctor, you own a tequila bar, a medical transcription company, and you are on this board. Another member makes over $400,000 a year, and you give yourselves raises. I do not begrudge anybody earning as much money as they can, but you are living like kings and queens, and this town is getting crumbs. Spend our tax money on us, not your pet projects. Stop funding climate initiatives, NGOs, illegals, free bus rides, DEI, and stop raising our property taxes. Start funding the police, get the homeless off the sidewalks, jail the criminals, and bring jobs into Pima County. Congressman Eli Crane said, "We know Republicans are not the solution to all your problems, but Democrats are pretty much the cause of all your problems." Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corey Stevens.
Before I start, can you turn the overhead camera on?
And then while that is getting adjusted, I'll flag that the next 3 speakers are David Hill, Elaine Richards, and JP Salvatierra.
Thank you. Let's discuss the government industrial
complex in our county's operations. This relationship forged between government officials and outside interests, which erodes trust that taxpayers place in our elected leaders. One particularly troubling aspect is the routine issuing of proclamations. While these proclamations may seem harmless or ceremonial, in reality they represent a waste of taxpayer money and resources. These documents are leveraged as tools for lobbying and influence, serving as gifts to special interest groups who in turn help secure votes and political support. Instead of being symbols of community recognition, they have become paid-to-play mechanisms that undermine transparency and fairness we expect from our government. Proclamations should be reclassified not as acts of genuine recognition, but as gifts that facilitate lobbying and political maneuvering. If we are serious about safeguarding public funds and restoring public trust, we must address this problem head-on. Let's put an end to proclamations as political currency and refocus our efforts on policy and actions that truly benefit the people of Pima County. One such proclamation given today to Councilwoman Lane Santa Cruz is one that taxpayers should question. I found this receipt on the interwebs showing a P-card purchase Lane Santa Cruz for City of Tucson team building retreat at Hotel Tucson. It appears that she purchased alcoholic beverages and food on said P-card. This is a violation of the City of Tucson P-card policy. What other interests leach into government industrial complex, influence, corrupt, compound, and bloat the system? NGOs and nonprofits are a great example. Where does all the money go? The county gets grants, federal taxpayer money, gives it to nonprofits, NGOs, because, for example, we have a homeless industrial complex. Crisis. But that nonprofit had 8 board members with pricey pronouns and high salaries, and they are at a net operating loss, but have huge donors. But where does the money go? But the pie chart says 45% distribution to salaries and lobbying. But it's okay. They're going to get out the message, and that message is vote for you. It's one huge government industrial complex of outside influence feeding the beast, lining your pockets, keeping you in office, making sure the problems are never solved, because if they were solved, you wouldn't have a job. Your salary should be based on the metrics of how well our county is doing. And quite frankly, the county stinks. Homeless, weeds, crime, and defund the police, get rid of the jail, do your job, take care of the taxpayers, stop raising our taxes, and you know what? Votes have consequences, and we're not voting for you.
Our next speaker is David Hill.
A couple of weeks ago, I sent an email to Mr. Scott's office, and about a week later, I received an email from the Director of Transportation and a phone call from Lieutenant Commander Carpenter, who's the head guy of the Sheriff's Department in my neighborhood. I've practiced law in the community for 45 years. I'm now trying to figure out what am I going to do after I retire. My wife's career was in early education. We raised 3 kids here. We put them behind the wheel of a car over a period of 3 years, and I am just so concerned now about what is happening on the roadways in this community. Every day, whenever I'm driving a car, I'm encountered by someone driving recklessly, and I've been personally touched by some of the tragedies.
I'm sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic so that they can capture your words?
Personally touched by some of the tragedies that have occurred in this community due to reckless driving, and I'd like to be part of the solution, not the problem. I am convinced, based on my son's experience in Portland where he lives, that traffic cameras work. I was infuriated when that resolution passed in 2015 to outlaw the red light cameras. I think we just need to do something about this, and I think either through the courts or through a resolution, we could bring cameras back. And my motivation when I contacted Mr. Scott's office was just to see if I couldn't get some help better understanding how to go about this. I can advocate, I can write. I think I'm a personable fellow. I'd love to just be part of the solution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elena Richards.
Hello, I don't know if it's more or less intimidating that the crowd is gone now, but my name is Elena Richards and I'm a member of the Transit for All Coalition. I'm speaking as a resident of Tucson, born here, but raised in unincorporated District 1, and now a resident of District 5. I got my master's in public health last year at the U of A, and I worked as an unpaid intern for almost a year at the county health department. My official title was Bike and Pedestrian Program Intern with the Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health Program, which miraculously wasn't cut despite being funded by the CDC. I'm also here to urge you to support transportation safety. It's emotional. Tucson residents are literally paying more into our region's mobility and connectivity than we will get out of it. There have been over 30 deaths in this metro area, or accidents that have resulted in injuries in our metro area alone. We are currently looking at triple the fatalities on our roads compared to last year around this time. The design of our environment influences our behavior and actions. This is true of the RTA-funded Broadway expansion through the city. If it looks like a racetrack and zooms like a racetrack, people are going to treat it like a racetrack, especially young drivers like me, who, because of lack of transit, grew up seeing cars as the highest freedom. The safest vehicle to be in on Tucson roads, and any road, is the bus. The RTA Next plan does not require transit for all the significant number of children, disabled people, and older adults in Pima County who can't and shouldn't be driving. County taxpayers whose most guaranteed ride is an ambulance are often in optional or no Sunvan or dial-a-ride service areas. What amount of overbuilt, sprawling infrastructure specifically for people aging out of driving will us young folks have to reckon with in 20 years when we're at the height of our careers? Due to the county's lack of complete streets plans to address traffic deaths and lack of safety on our roads. I'm trying, I promise. The RTA-funded intersection widening at Sabino Canyon and Tinco Verde is a backdrop to both my upbringing here and my education on transportation and health. That intersection still regularly has congested traffic, and biking on it is terrifying. Where I grew up, a driver's license meant freedom because of lack of other options, but it also meant the most dangerous, risk-taking part of my life was between the ages of 15 and 20 when I was regularly in vehicles with the people who were most likely to commit these traffic accidents. The risk of violence is baked into our road infrastructure and is a public health crisis. I am currently living without a car, and yet the death data shows that the biggest risk to my life as a 26-year-old, as long as I avoid drug addiction, is vehicle accidents. If you want to pull people out of generational poverty, prevent this accidental injury with engineering solutions that are proven to work, I ask you to take more direct action with the health department and transportation to match Tucson's commitment to a complete streets policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is JP Salvatierra, and then after Mr. Salvatierra is Dave Smith and Joel Stravola.
My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a native Tucsonan. Chair Allen, supervisors, I come to you today with a very sad disappointment in the actions of this board in regard to the canvass of the 2026 RTA Next. It took all of about 73 seconds without questioning, without oversight, without any due diligence. In my mind, I think it was something close to a malfeasant act. You have a duty, you have a responsibility. You don't get to put down your Hippocratic oath at this board. Our consciences and our due diligence to the public are very critical and important in maintaining election integrity. Free speech follows with the right to vote. Our election integrity is critical. Now, I'm going to outline a point that identifies the pot calling the kettle black. Here we have Nancy Guthrie. We haven't put her to bed yet. She's still alive in my mind. We should pair all effort to identify and to correct any challenges that intervene to find and resolve this crisis in our community. If it was my mother, I would be vehemently upset that the board, right in the middle of this investigation, decides to jump on Sheriff Nanos over something that, without correcting anything to the merit of the action, it could be held back until something important is achieved with Nancy Guthrie. This looks more like a political action than an actual effort to resolve some issue. That's defending the public, our right to vote, the integrity of your canvas. I honestly feel that this canvas needs to be opened up, and the right to vote is a blessing to all of us. The act of voting is private. The tabulation is public. And to avoid that or discourage any merit to that, by John Brakey, in one of the last meetings, came before you and made you aware of some inaccuracies that were not reviewed with any due diligence. That's horrid. I apologize. I feel really distressed over this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Smith.
Hey, good morning, supervisors, both elected and not elected, appointed. That brings up an issue here. Of course, all of you have stood before the crucible of the public to get elected. And that's a difficult thing, the election process, having been involved in it rather intensely. And the thing is that I keep thinking back, and I've had a burr under my saddle ever since I was yelled at by one of your supervisors regarding that he felt that we had somehow disrespected an elected county official. And his job, he said, was that's not his job to protect them. And he chided one of your supervisors as well, an elected supervisor, I might add. It is, in fact, your job to keep track of all elected officials. That's why we've been desperately hoping you will hold the sheriff accountable, because it is, if you're really concerned about the Nancy Guthrie investigation, then you should be desperately hoping that they will investigate what's wrong with our sheriff, because I was knee deep in the middle of it, speaking as an expert on several networks and spending quite a time at the sheriff's department. And talk about FUBAR, talk about a mess, as we would say in the Navy, And that's the problem. You have a lot of things before you. And as elected officials, you've said the oath of office, which is, for instance, you'll enforce the laws of Arizona. As an unelected official, you took the same oath. And that's what's so important. We have an attorney here at the end, and he can tell you that 1051 says that you cannot in any way interfere with immigration. That's an Arizona statute, ARS 11-1051. So your job is to enforce those laws. Meanwhile, we toy around with ordinances to interfere with the immigration laws of this country, and that's something you shouldn't be doing. But I ask you to challenge yourself to keep track of your elected and unelected county people. And I also ask that you, in your futures, think about professionalizing what we have. I see in your agenda, you're talking about requiring a certification for constables and sheriffs, or lobbying for that. Quite honestly, till I was involved in the election of constables, I was shocked and stunned as a former law enforcement professional here in Arizona that Arizona Post is not required to certify, and they're not required to have such certification. I would consider that that's a high school diploma so to speak, for that job. So I would ask you to ask your lobbyists to get involved in that, require a post-certification, because that is a key professional standard, and I appreciate that you supported the small business. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joel Stradella.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm Joel Strabela, a law-abiding citizen of Pima County. And Pima County voters, whether they support or oppose the ICE operations to deport illegal immigrants, know that the supervisors have publicly acknowledged that they support agendas that unlawfully restrict federal immigration law enforcement operations in Pima County. The continuing efforts of the Democrat members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors to support such agendas and activities that restrict federal immigration laws are unconstitutional and unlawful based on the Supremacy Clause, USC Title 8, and the Arizona Revised Statutes. And according to Arizona law, any official or agency of a state, county, city, town, or other political entity may not limit or restrict law enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than what is allowed by federal law. Similar efforts in other states, such as California, in 2026 have ruled those efforts as unlawful in federal district court. So when these unlawful actions and activities of the board are eventually litigated in court, I hope that anybody that participated in this will be fined to the maximum extent defined by law, which is $5,000 a day for each day that official policies under these activities have remained in effect. Therefore, I'm requesting the Pima County Supervisors stop wasting time and taxpayer dollars in an unlawful interference agenda and refocus the Pima County Board of Supervisors' agendas and activities in supporting federal immigration law and supporting our ICE officers in Pima County. Let's make Arizona great again. Thank you.
So that concludes our speakers who signed cards. Is there anyone else that did not fill out a card wishes to speak? Right. So I am closing call to the public. Would any board members like to do any of the following? Request staff to follow up on any matter from call to the public. Request that an item be placed on a future agenda or respond to a criticism. Oh, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I do not own a tequila bar or a medical transcription company.
Okay, thank you. I am going to then move us along in the agenda. We are going to, I know we have a time certain at 12 o'clock, so we have 23 minutes, I believe, to try to get through a few items. So we're going to go to item number 22. This will be the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Flood Control District Board. This item is a contract with Tucson Clean and Beautiful. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Continuing as the Flood Control District Board, item 23, riparian habitat mitigation. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. We're going to return now, sitting as the Board of Supervisors, and go to a few liquor licenses. So item number 24, this is a liquor license for the golf club at Canoa Ranch. Is there anyone here to speak to the item? I will close the hearing and move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 25 is a liquor license for Gold Club at Torres Blancas. Is there anyone here to speak to the item? Seeing none, I will move to close the item and approve it.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 26, this is a liquor license for Barro's Pizza. Anyone here to speak to the item? Hearing none, I will close the hearing and move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. 27 is a liquor license for the Circle K. Anyone here to speak to the item? If you could also, but please come up and give your comments. And then before you go, there is is it green or yellow? Yellow? Speaker card for speaking at hearings. If you could fill that out before you go and leave it with us, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. My name's Janet Meza. I've been with Circle K 27 years here in Tucson. We are trying to build another store in Green Valley. We've been successful. The area is growing. I want to talk a little bit about our responsible retailer program. We do every new hire before they are able to work in the store is trained on national and Arizona laws. And then twice a year, all employees in the stores have to retake that training to ensure. We have a no tolerance policy when someone does sell to a minor and there's an infraction of the law, that person is immediately terminated, and all of the employees in that store are retrained as well. We also partnership with bars, which is a system where they go out and they take 21 to 25-year-olds, so they're not doing stings as the legal way, but they're doing undercover, just kind of find out if the employees are following policy. So they'll come in, they'll ask for tobacco, alcohol, etc. If the employee rings up the sale or grabs the product before they check their ID, then they get a red card, and all of the employees in that store are retrained again. And we also monitor scan rates of restricted sales, which our computer system can tell if they've scanned the ID, if they've typed in the date of birth, because your military or your passport do not have that information. They can't scan those. And then also if they hit an over 40 button. So if I walked in, obviously they'd hit an over 40 button. So those are the things that we do every single day. And we have 101 stores in Pima County. And every day this is put to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our guest? Yes. Okay. With that, then, I will close the hearing and move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further, Supervisor Christie, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Okay. We can.
Are you sure there's no more proclamations?
Would you like another one? I could come up with one. I got some whereases in my pocket. I might be delusional, but maybe. I think we might be able to get through 29 and the special meeting. And all right. So item number 29 is a hearing for adjusting Pima County's 1979-80 base expenditure limit. We have a presentation, I believe, from Finance Director Cuaron.
And if I may, Chair Allen, and I will turn it over to Director Cuaron in just a moment, but again, what we are asking today and we'll be talking with you about is an opportunity to go to the voters and ask to look at adjusting the expenditure limit established by amendment to the Constitution in 1980. You'll hear us remind you today that this does not either increase a tax or authorize the increase of any tax levy, but allows us to do what many other counties in the state are doing. Mr. Cuaron.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, members of the board. I have the same presentation that we presented at the March 24th public hearing with one minor change, and that is the date on the front says April 21 rather than March 24th. Happy to go through it or happy to take questions depending on the board's pleasure. If you'd like me to go through it, I'm happy to go through it.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Just, I think for both the public and the media, if we can clarify why the amount recommended for increase was recommended.
Sure, of course. if we can advance the slide 5. So this chart here, the black line represents the county's expenditure limit as that's forecasted right now. The green line represents our projected revenue stream moving out into 2045. And as you can see, it's close in FY26, and then it begins to separate in FY27, where our revenues would exceed our expenditure limit, which would inhibit the county's ability to spend the money that it's currently projected to receive just based on our sales tax collections and our primary property tax collections. And so the purple bar on the bottom is our proposed expenditure limit with the permanent base adjustment. As you can see, that it provides the gap between our expenditure limit and our it provides the county moving out to 2045 to not have to go back to the voters and request this for another 20 years. Elections are costly, and so that's why we're recommending the $70 million. It really provides the county with a nice runway for the next 20 years to be able to spend the money that we're projected to collect.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Cuaron? No? Is there anyone here in the audience who wishes to speak to this hearing? No? All right. Then I will move to close the hearing. And I think it's just closing the hearing, right? There's no action on this particular item. So that was our second public hearing. The first public hearing on raising the expenditure limit was held on March 24th of this year. The board is required to convene to a special meeting to vote on the item, referring it to the voters for the proposed adjustment to the county's expenditure limitation. So to do that, I will be recessing the regular meeting at this time. That means it was recessed. So now, this feels silly. That means I am now calling a special meeting to order. So we are now in special meeting. I will hand it to the clerk for roll call.
Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie.
No. Oh, I'm I know, you just kind of get in a habit after a while. Here.
Okay. Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show all board members are present.
Now, because we started the regular meeting with the pledge and land acknowledgement at the regular board meeting, I am going to waive those for this meeting unless any of my colleagues object.
Totally fine.
Okay. So we will now move to item number 4, which is a resolution referring to the voters a permanent adjustment of $70 million to the 1979 to 80 base expenditure limit of Pima County at the November 3, 2026 election. I will move.
Madam Chair, where is that?
This is item number 4 on the special meeting agenda. Got it. Second. I'll move to approve resolution number 2026-23.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Motion passes 4-1. Since there is no further business for the special meeting, I move to adjourn the special meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right.
To adjourn.
Yes, that just adjourned the special meeting. I feel like, what was that show? The like, do, we're now traveling into some time, space, space. And now I hit the gavel again. And I am reopening the regular board meeting, and we are back in session. There you go. We have 10 minutes, so let's get a few things done. Item number 30 is approval of the consent calendar. I move to approve consent.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Christie.
I would ask that we pull item number 1.
All right. All right, so then I will withdraw my original motion to approve consent and move to approve consent minus item number 1.
Still second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Consent passes minus item 1, 5-0. Consent agenda item number 1. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. Now we will move on to item 31, which is the Board of Supervisors representative updates on the boards, committees, and commissions, which we sit. I can say for the two, I sit on the Arizona Border Counties Coalition. Our meeting is coming up later this week on the 23rd, so I have no other updates for that. And then I have not had a meeting of the Southern Arizona Education Council. Anyone else?
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I serve on the County Supervisors Association Legislative Policy Committee, and because the work of the legislature has pretty much ground to a standstill, so has our meetings.
Supervisor Hines?
One quick thing on, in my capacity as on HAG RTA, one of the businesses actually in my district also affected by the 22nd Street Bridge closure reached out to the office and asking for some assistance in terms of like the decreased volume in their business. And my team and I made a site visit and connected with the RTA executive director to figure out if there's any way that we could perhaps find some ways to do this project so that it doesn't take a full 36 months, that maybe working with the jurisdiction that could be reduced somewhat. And they're looking at possible avenues to accomplish that at this time.
Thank you. All right. Any other updates? Okay. Item 32, this is the county administrator hiring process. This is a recurring agenda item that will continue until somebody is hired. I am chairing that process from the board. I will note that the digital brochure is now live. The position is officially open. That digital brochure can be found at pima.gov/join Team Pima. So please help circulate that announcement, encourage people to apply, and we will have more to come, I think, at future meetings about the concrete steps in the candidate review process. So, yeah, any questions? All right. Moving on, we have that. Those are. We will. Do we know if our guests who are attending executive session are already here? They are? Okay. If we go into executive session now, will we be able to? Or we could do one of our items and then, okay, then let's do that, because I don't think we have time for staff presentations, and I think some of the items are going to take some discussion that is longer than what we have. So with that, then we will go to Exec is, I don't have an item for, we'll go into executive session. I'll move.
Second.
We do so, seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? Discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes 5-0, and we will break for executive session and return in
4.5 hours. I appreciate you never saying that.
like I said, optimistically. All right.
What are these switches? I keep smashing my knee on. Oh. I don't think I've smashed it like inside of it. But I not like hit the switch. I just locked.
Yeah, should be here, out of here soon.
Like 5
Oh. Like dangling, and sometimes it like goes in and out because of the. You've heard about my box of 20 red ruby glasses. I ordered one and they sent me 20.
That's
Did they charge you for 20? No. I got like lost in the mail and then all of a sudden it finally showed up like a month later in a big box. So, hopefully a lot of them all over the house, everywhere.
What's the first? Information only, right?
So we'll say down the green floor, that's what it's going to say. And then we'll go to 7. Unless this makes more sense to do the corresponding.
Yeah. Just put them together.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do the exact one, and then we'll do the equivalent regular agenda item. Exact, and then equivalent.
Sure. Okay.
Resuming. I don't know if that was necessary. We are resuming. We're going to pick back up the addendum item number 3 first. That was the executive session item, and that was for information purposes only. That executive session item corresponds with addendum item number 12. Which is a proposed settlement in Consolidated Cox Communications tax appeals. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. The other executive session item was addendum number 4, and that is for information purposes only. And that corresponds with addendum item number 7, which is release of report by North Star Employment and Legal Services report.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I move that the Board of Supervisors release and waive the attorney-client privilege between the Board of Supervisors and North Star Employment, and that the North Star Employment Solution and Legal Solutions report be released to the public.
Motion dies. For lack of a second.
And Chair Allen,
Supervisor Hines.
I move that we continue item 7 on the addendum until May 26th.
Second. Did by Supervisor Allen. Speak myself in third person. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion passes 4-1. Okay. Now, we are going back to the regular agenda. And we are going to go to our ever-patient staff for reports. And let's see who looks the most settled. Maybe we will go to the community workforce development items, which are 39. Yes. Regular agenda item 39. This is the U.S. Department of HUD Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan. Resolution number 2026-20. Do you want to provide us an overview of what this item is?
Chair Allen.
Director Sullivan.
Members of the board, I'd be happy to. So this is an annual allotment that we get from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We receive a lot of applications. It goes through a very thorough process, for things like home repair, for meals, for building infrastructure. And it goes through a very wide community process that, to my right, Joel Gastelum carries out, which includes, technical assistance to agencies, and then a RFP process. It goes to a committee, and so we're very happy with the recommendations that we're bringing to you today, and happy to answer any questions that you all may have stemming from the meetings that we had with each of you regarding this item.
Thank you. I will move to approve resolution number 2026-20.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Kano. Any further discussion? I'll just say thank you all, and much thanks to the volunteers who are part of the committee, including our appointees, Trish Hastings, Sergeant. We have heard a lot from her about the reworking of the matrix, such that rural organizations that serve rural communities can operate on a little bit more of a level playing field, because the dynamics are just different when you have a more limited population. So it was a huge undertaking, especially combined with some of the other grant review processes that were staggered up with one another. So anyway, just a big kudos and thank you to all the volunteers and staff who are involved in it. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. You all also have addendum item number 11, and you all meaning Community Workforce Development. This is, again, addendum item number 11, Short-Term Crisis and Emergency Resources Grant Program. Again, would you like to do a little overview of this item?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board. And also, I would like to thank the members of the Outside Agency Committee, the staff, Manita Cervantes, Melanie Bustamante, I always call her Melanie Puig, and Andy Flagg for putting in extra time, especially the volunteers. So this is I believe, the third round of extra funding that we are putting out, and just a lot of heart and energy that's gone into ensuring that we put these dollars out in the most appropriate way possible. So we had made minimum awards of $25,000 and maximum awards of $75,000. We received 67 applications totaling $3.8 million. And again, it went through a rigorous technical assistance program and a rigorous scoring panel, and that scoring panel included Helen Schaefer and Clifton from the Prosperity Initiative, Sophia Blue, Joel Gastelum, and very happy to present the third round of this funding. And we will get these contracts out as soon as possible. We know that there is a lot of need in the community. So again, very, very happy to the board, very grateful to the board for setting these funds aside, and to all those who worked tirelessly to put this package together today. And happy to answer any questions.
Chair Allen.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
I'm certainly going to vote to approve the item, but based on the criteria that was used to make the recommendations, how was it that we got to $610,000 of the $855,000 going towards food assistance?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, it's because it's the most immediate need that we're seeing, especially with cuts to SNAP benefits, people being thrown off of the program. We're seeing many more people going to food banks. So it being an emergency program in itself, that's the logic behind it. There is currently a work requirement that is going into place for SNAP benefits. So we're going to be seeing a lot of people losing or not understanding, what is happening with SNAP. We're not entirely clear how people maintain their SNAP benefits. So that's the logic of why the majority of it went into food assistance.
I suspected that it would be an answer like that when I asked the question. I just wanted to get that out there. And the issue with SNAP benefits is an issue not just with ramifications of recent federal decisions, but also with, from what I understand, some decisions made at the state level in terms of determining eligibility and meeting that legal threshold within federal law.
Yeah, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, you're absolutely correct. They rolled it out earlier than they are rolling out the Medicare cuts. We have not seen a torrent of folks necessarily coming into our one stop, but we are fielding a lot of phone calls. There is a lot of confusion out there of folks of what to do. So we are working with DCA Homes and also with the health department with Director Cullen to figure out a united way that we can ensure that people have the correct information and we can point them in the right direction so they don't lose the benefits or that they can maintain their benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hines, then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I noticed that, let's see, what was it? For food assistance, it was 1.34 million in requests, and we're giving out 610,000. That's great. But for the housing and utility support service category, over 1.6 million requests came in, and we're only able to give the 75,000. I understand food being the most immediate need, but I do think that in in light of the more robust ending fund balance situation we find ourselves in, perhaps these numbers, which indicate a tremendous need still across all these applicants, maybe we can consider another 10% emergency, well, basically we could do this again maybe before the end of the fiscal year, if that's something that my colleagues consider at a future date. That's all.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, the normal way that these entities would be recipients of such funding would come from the state legislature or the federal government. And that's been cut off, basically.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, no, these would be agencies that have done business with Pima County in the past. It's typically those that are familiar with the outside agency program. If we're talking about folks who are SNAP eligible, yes, you're correct. The SNAP is directly administered by the state of Arizona.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, overall, though, my overarching point is that this is coming from the general fund.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, that's correct.
So all these grants are from the general fund. Normally, or under other circumstances in the very recent past, did the source of the funding always come from the general fund?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, there's always been extra need out there. There hasn't necessarily been cuts from state programs. We've actually seen additional rent and utility assistance programs out there. But certainly uncertainty from federal programs. So
there hasn't been in the past monies coming from the general fund to fund these items?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, yes, there has. Typically in the outside agency program, this is just an expansion of that program on an emergency basis, having to deal with cuts and uncertainty that have come from the federal government.
Okay, thank you.
And just to keep a finer point, right? And apologies, my colleagues, you'll have probably seen these numbers as well, right? But Arizona leads the country in states who have had the greatest drop-off of people utilizing or receiving SNAP benefits, right? The state has lost, I think it's 460,000 people from the SNAP benefit rolls. And the numbers from Pima County, I think it's about 68,500 individuals have lost access then to healthy food, and it's estimated that that's 26,000 children just in our county. So that's folks that have lost access to food, people who then are going hungry, kids who are showing up to school, unable to focus, people who are showing up to work, it's being difficult to show up for work, right? The lost food access. So the requests, right, it was 850 million from the grant program, but the request was 3.7 million. The need is increasing, right? So I'm very thankful for the grant program, for the staff and for the outside agency in rolling up their sleeves and to navigate this. It is hard. And I look forward to the day in which we don't have to do this, and that we have federal and state policies that are looking for ways to support families rather than how to pull the rug out from underneath folks and kick them when they're down. And I think that is what we have right now that is dominating. And I'm thankful that we have organizations that are willing to step up to the occasion. And I'm thankful for the county for being able to step up with some emergency assistance and support. So thank you for the work that you're doing in the department.
And Chair Allen and the entire board, thank you for the support. And to the administration. Without these funds, the community is hurting, but without these funds, the community would be hurting even more. So we are very grateful to have these funds, and we will put them out as quickly as possible in the most responsible way that we can.
Supervisor Connell.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I want to express my gratitude to the Community Workforce Development Team, but in particular, the Outside Agency Citizen Review Committee. These are additional responsibilities that the board asked these volunteers to embark on in the last year, the second round of funding, and I am very pleased that we were able to ensure that public input and that citizen-driven oversight for the abundance of these requests were reviewed in daylight, and that they will be providing much-needed investment into the organizations that are a lifeline for families and for Southern Arizona. Thank you.
So with that, I will move to approve the item. Right. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1. All right. We are now going to go to our other reports. That is agenda items 36, which is an update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. To Ms. Darland.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board. Good afternoon. Today's update, we'll just wait for the slides to come up, covers the second, not quite yet. Sorry. We're actually on the update on homelessness and related issues. Not as brilliant as Ms. Davis. Couldn't do her presentation justice. Ew. I would love that. No. Just real quickly, while they're coming up, I can go ahead and give the introductory comments related to this particular update. It is going to cover the second of the board-directed progress reports on the One Pima initiative as passed by the Board of Supervisors in November of 2025. Thank you so much. As you all recall, One Pima covers 5 priority areas that address public safety, access to treatment, and care, and including the revitalization of public spaces for recreational purposes and supporting impacted neighborhoods. You see before you those five priorities: clean up for the loop and safety, being priority area number 1. Priority area 2 is public health and treatment access. The 3rd, expand treatment and diversion programs. The 4th, stabilize housing and prevent homelessness. And the 5th would be the support for impacted neighborhoods and small businesses. Today's report is the second progress report, and it is focusing on metrics and milestones associated with One Pima. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for priority area number 1, we're talking about the 2 impacted departments, which would be the Regional Flood Control District and Parks and Recreation. So board may recall in December of 25, you all passed and approved a master agreement for the Regional Flood Control District to have expedited cleanup services of the Chuck Huckleberry Loop and adjacent washes. In total, since December, we have 92 sites that have been cleaned or remediated, a total of 181 tons, which equates to over 363,000 pounds. 1 ton equals 2,000 pounds. The total cost to date is $207,006.81. Additionally, I want to note that the January update of totals and the February report have since been updated since staff had fully reconciled the billing, so the total adjusted costs and the sites reflect those adjustments accordingly. As the board may be aware, we have the Chuck Huckleberry Loop survey, which launched on February 26th. It will close at the end of the month, and so far we have over 90% of the respondents having noted a preference for improved map, route planning, and navigation tools and resources for their recreational use of the amenity. We look forward to the conclusion of the survey to inform those improvements, but suffice it to say, our county communications, our county IT, Parks and Rec, and Regional Flood Control District are already making those improvements to those websites, to the website, the tools, including the geographic information tools that help for improved route planning, wayfinding, and distance calculation. Next slide, please. This slide covers 2 priority areas in brief. The first would be priority area number 2 around strengthen public health and treatment access. The board has reviewed the 2025 year-end report provided by the Detainee and Crisis Systems team. That report highlights some enhancements with the Inmate Navigation Enrollment Support and Treatment Program, otherwise referred to as INVEST, as well as enhancements with reentry coordination as well. Additionally, priority area number 2 includes the planning around the heat relief network activities as facilitated by the public health department, the county health department, as well as community partners. I will speak only briefly. Just note that that is covered in this priority area. Ms. Davis is going to include many more of the activities in her presentation. Priority area number 3.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Pardon me for interrupting. I've had a couple of questions that are specific to priority area number 2. And we have a memo that's connected with this item. And under priority area number 2, the last paragraph says that the team continues to bolster medical and mental health services and programming at the county's detention facilities. Overall medical and behavioral health appointments have grown by almost 50%. and medically assisted treatment, MAT, has grown over 265% in the recent 3-year period. I'm not sure if I should direct this question to Director Darland or to Ms. Lesher, but when we had the Blue Ribbon Commission that was looking at the jail, one of the areas that they said that had the most significant stress on its operations were the areas dealing with behavioral health and medical care. Have we heard from Sheriff Nanos or anybody at the jail that these very laudable increases in medical and behavioral health appointments and medically assisted treatment has had any facility impacts?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, I've not heard directly. I'm happy to find out, get an update and provide that back to the board.
I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would appreciate it, since that was something that came up when we got that report from the Citizens Commission that looked at the jail. Also wanted to ask, and I believe this is under priority area number 2, near the end of that memo, under the section that says administration and transparency, where the section dealing with fiscal year 2027 budgetary planning for one Pima. Budgetary considerations for one Pima are incorporated into the fiscal year 2027 budget and include $100,000 each for programmatic enhancements to the drug treatment alternative to prison and the supportive treatment and engagement program with services, DTAP and STEPS. DTAP, I think, is through the county attorney's office, STEPS through Superior Court. Do we know if that is sufficient, that additional $100,000 for each one of those programs? Do we know if that's sufficient based on what we understand to be the need for both of those programs?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, I've been meeting with the groups. I know Administrator Lesher and I met originally with the courts. One of the things in the programmatic pieces related to DTAP, there was a need for a surveillance officer. But part of that is folks are on probation, right, in the DTAP space. And one of the issues is, as probation has got a lot of work on their plate, they were really asking for another individual that could help navigate some of these pieces for them. They seem to suggest that this surveillance officer under the $100,000 that was actually allocated should be enough to at least begin to look at that court differently. DTAP and drug court is still part of that, just for the record. It's kind of been blended, but some of those folks are a little bit more involved, which are folks like in the DTAP program. So as of now, seems like right now we've hit the mark for them to at least to really improve some of the programmatic pieces in the DTAP program. With the STEPS program, it's a little bit more comprehensive, and I'll just try to be brief, but part of that STEPS programming is really for a county attorney to look at more specific, an attorney that can actually work these cases a little bit more in detail. That's been part of the concern funding-wise. However, I have to add that there is funding from the health department that we're looking at enhancing as well that's not captured here because it's part of a grant. The marijuana money is 217 funds, where we're going to add another navigator from our HOPE contract that will position more closely with our pretrial services division, working to really ensure that once people get to court, that they're making the follow-up visits as well. I have to add, and in addition to that, we're talking about some system improvement work with the STEPS court as well, with the presiding judge, to see if there's ways in which we can mitigate any kind of duplication of efforts or unnecessary meetings that are causing more of our attorneys to attend, right? So if people are doing well, the concern is, should they have to be coming in every week, right? And so we're looking programmatically at stuff, reassessing the distribution of resources through our HOPE contract through the health department, and then this extra $100,000 will actually add some value to the county attorney and help support some of the caseload as well. So I feel like we've approached more comprehensive than what's particularly captured in that allocation of general funds.
So just to make sure I'm clear on this, Chair Allen, as far as the programmatic enhancement of $100,000 for DTAP, that seems to be sufficient. The extra 100,000 for steps is welcome, but there's also some grant funding from federal sources that you're looking into that would also help steps. Am I summarizing that accurately?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, that is correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Thank you. And having covered priority area number 2, we'll go into priority area number 3, which is expand treatment and diversion programs. The sobering alternative for recovery is still in a pilot phase. The contractor has provided a midpoint evaluation to the health department, which is currently under review. The transition center, as previously reported upon by Director Vesley at March's meeting of the board, is on track for completing their recruitment and training for full complement to 7 days a week by May. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here we are at priority area number 4, and being that the board has already heard and considered the items related to the outside agency dollars, I really want to bring attention to the fact that in this particular metric or in this particular category, we don't have outside agency programs identified. So going forward, we can work with Mr. Sullivan and his team to identify ways to include those metrics into the next update for the board related to One Pima initiatives. But since the beginning of this current fiscal year, beginning July 1 of 2025 through the end of March of 26, the Pima County programming, which is funded by federal, state, and local, as well as county of FY26 affordable housing funds, has served over 2,000 households. Nearly half, 968 of those households, have been households with children, which is a strong correlation to the Prosperity Initiative, right, where we know that we interrupt generational poverty by ensuring that households with school-age children or children under the age of 18 remain stably housed. A total of $3.9 million has been administered. Again, that's from funding sources from federal, state, and local dollars, as well as the county's affordable housing funds for this particular fiscal year. And on total, we're looking at just shy of $2,000 per household when you take it on the whole cumulative amount. Again, these programs are for home repair, weatherization, both those that are administered with the county affordable housing funds, as well as those administered by the community development block grant funds, which Director Sullivan and his team have presented for the board's approval this afternoon. The rent and utility assistance, as well as mortgage assistance. These programs across the board are for households who are earning at or below 80% of the area median income. And I believe that under current calculations for a family of 4, that's just shy of $75,000. And the rapid rehousing, which is focusing on housing individuals who are experiencing homelessness in low barrier, high demand settings, over 78 households and 33 children in total thus far. Next slide, please. And under priority area number 4 is the direction to staff to create a shelter bed dashboard. And this is one of the things that gives me the most hope and the most pride of Team Pima. This is a GIS, or a Geographic Information System dashboard, built by the county's Geographic Information team. That would be Eric Glenn and Olga Constantino. I believe it's important to call them out because they have been tirelessly working on this dashboard. This image before you right now doesn't even do the current iteration justice and where we are now. It's a static representation of what we have, which is a tool by which you can actually filter locations and shelters based off of those programs that allow for pets, those programs which have sobriety requirements. Individuals are able to locate resources that are also fixed sites for support, including the Pima County Transition Center, as well as the Southern Arizona Veteran Association. It has various different layers that also include the ability to identify various bus routes that can help individuals navigate to where they are going. Our plan right now is for this dashboard to go live into a public testing phase beginning into business today. And the public testing phase will go through to the end of May. That will allow us the opportunity to have this dashboard used in public settings by members of the public, by community outreach workers, as well as shelter providers. And we can still continue to inform and improve upon its use and application. Furthermore, during that particular period, the county's homeless management information team will be providing updates on the bed availability Monday through Friday, twice a day, once at 10 a.m. and a second time at 3 p.m. The goal will also be to work with the shelter providers to identify appropriate staff and ensure that they are trained on how to update their bed inventory on a daily basis. This application will continue to be a collaboration between the county as well as the City of Tucson staff for the Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness. This has been an ongoing and, again, a very thoughtful effort and has involved multiple presentations to community stakeholders on its development. We don't expect that it will be perfect when it goes live. We expect that we're going to make improvements on it, but it is the first time we've had a tool like this available for this type of care coordination. Next slide. And not to be too brief, but priority area number 5, just want to remark upon the event that was co-hosted by Supervisor Cano as well as the Vice Mayor for City of Tucson on March 28th. Community workforce development was supportive in terms of reaching out to over 30 agencies and programs for participation at this really important, what was a block party. And a lot of folks who attended and were connected with things such as home repair. We had health department out there with their mobile vaccine clinic, resources and supplies from the Pima Animal Care Center, and concurrently occurring was the Red Cross Heat Walk. And again, Ms. Davis will speak to that, but that particular neighborhood and that particular area of our region is one of the top 5 priority areas when we look at heat vulnerability and preparedness planning. And last, administration and transparency, just real quickly to circle back to Supervisor Scott's remarks. The plan, while this required 2 updates, progress reports to the board, the plan going forward will be to prepare an end of fiscal year report, which will go into more depth on some of the fiscal year 2027 One Pima initiatives that, while budgeted in the recommended budget right now, are still working through some of the conversations with respect to those planned enhancements, as Deputy County Administrator Holmes spoke to just briefly, as well as working on some of the pilot program for the small business support program as well, again, aligned with priority area number 5. The end of fiscal year report will also include a summary of all adjacent One Pima activities, and that would also include the conclusion of the Loop survey results, proposed next steps, and adjacent activities. And with that, I will pause to take any questions.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
could we go back to the last chart? No, towards the one before questions. There. Administration and transparency. You have end of fiscal year report, summary of One Pima activities. Then it says Loop survey results. What is the survey that you're?
So, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, so on February 26th, we launched a Chuck Huckleberry Loop satisfaction survey that went out in both English and Spanish, and we shared that with our regional partners, including folks out in Marana and Oro Valley, where the Loop also resides.
So who took the survey?
I'm sorry?
Who answered the survey?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, that would be the public. That would be members of the public who have responded. We've promoted that on social media. We've had that at various different county outreach events in the community as well. But really, we're soliciting input from the public.
Madam Chair, and help me if I'm wrong on this, because I was glancing or channel scanning some local news stations, and they were doing a report on homeless encampments around the Loop, and the report said that roughly, I guess not roughly, exactly 200 homeless encounters were made, and the homeless individuals were asked about taking part in services, and they did not get one positive result. Was I correct in that news report?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I want to be thoughtful that when we're talking about those particular results, those are not necessarily for encampments just within the wash or air proximity to the Chuck Huckleberry Loop. Those would be actual results from surveys or inspections completed by your regional flood control district as well as our homeless outreach team throughout the region from May of 25 to the end of March of 2026. So
were
it's the entire region.
Were those accurate numbers?
Yes, sir.
200 people were inquired about taking services and not one said they would do it.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, yes, with one caveat. When our outreach team is not able to engage with an individual, they may count a person, but if that person is not responsive, they may count that individual, but they don't count whether or not they declined. They will count an active, and there are always going to be some data entry errors, but overall, from even the conversation just which occurred yesterday with our outreach coordinator, by and large, the individuals who are outreached to through the course of the encampment protocol more than often will decline services. When they do accept any sort of support, it will be for bottles of water, pet supplies, maybe an update in their housing assessment or to see if they've been matched with housing. But when asked if they would like to have a connection to an available shelter or a treatment provider, they decline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
If I may, just to clarify that. So those interactions are happening when the encampment protocol is being triggered, right? So is it then that the person that they're interacting with is also trying to get them to move on and pack up and move from where they are in a wash or somewhere along the loop?
Thank you for that clarification, Chair Allen. Actually, our process is that we go out in advance within the 72 business hour posting for notice to vacate. And then in many cases, the Regional Flood Control District will coordinate with the outreach worker far enough in advance to provide ample notice to the individuals to ensure that there's been proper notification, and especially want to be thoughtful to provide individuals opportunities to accept services between the time they're initially outreached to the time that the contractor is going to be on site. It doesn't behoove us from an operational perspective or even for an hourly cost reimbursement for the contractor to have individuals still in that space when the contractor arrives. So the team and the effort and the protocol since 2015 has always been geared to lead with humanitarian services in advance of a land management response. And again, we always strive to connect individuals with resources and supports. And unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of uptake in recent months, well, since I've been in this capacity, to be honest with you. With that said, we have ensured that our outreach coordinator has taken a tour of the sobering or the safer center so that they are also aware that that resource is a point to which they can also navigate individuals they encounter in their efforts, both in the WASH and the county maintained spaces in the incorporated jurisdictions, as well as those spaces in unincorporated Pima County.
But even in that protocol of reaching out in advance of the cleanup team coming through, is it still framed, that conversation is framed by, look, somebody's going to be coming through in a week or 2 weeks or when, whatever the time frame is to clean up this area, you can't stay here. And then is it can I refer you to X shelter or other safe space? Is that kind of the setup, the context for the conversation?
Chair Allen, yes, essentially it is to say that we will be coming by to clean up, and this isn't a space that's suitable for an habitation. And as I'm sure you all are also aware, our washes and waterways are densely vegetated, and in particularly dry conditions as well. We worry about the safety of the individuals in those spaces as well. So our goal is always to get people connected to resources as quickly as possible. I would say that our strategy can always stand to have more refinement. I look at what we see in the Safe City deployments. That has been a partnership, for better or for worse, with the law enforcement entities, and there are likely more connections that are happening, but that is always going to be occurring with a justice nexus. There's always going to be some level of citation, or I want to be thoughtful to not necessarily say always, but more often than not, there's going to be some sort of citation that may occur for individuals too. Our process right now is strictly land management with outreach services, and where appropriate, we do have to engage with law enforcement when we encounter those individuals who will not move on day of decommissioning. But more often than not, our team responds that our contractor is able to proceed to work. Individuals have cleared the area. That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't come back and rehabilitate later.
And do we track the data as well around citations issued?
Chair Allen, we don't hold that data, but I would be guessing here, but I would have to go back and check with our crew. Very rarely in our efforts with the Sheriff's Department are we seeing law enforcement for the purpose of citation. We see law enforcement for the purpose of ensuring safety of the staff, but often we aren't seeing necessarily a citation in the unincorporated areas that are in partnership with the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, and I really appreciate, Ms. Darlin, your presentation. I do believe that one of the missing links to the One Pima plan is enforcement and a greater cooperation with the Sheriff's Department on what used to be called the bike patrol. The first versions of the One Pima plan included that amount, and I just believe we have to continue to work hand in hand with our law enforcement, both within the city of Tucson, but certainly in the unincorporated areas of Pima County, where we can ensure that enforcement and citations are a part of the conversation. That said, I am very optimistic with the current plan that we have right now, and I'm going to be paying close attention to what kind of modifications we can make to One Pima. I've been saying, what does One Pima 2.0 look like, right? But for the purposes of today's discussion, what is very important for us to recognize is that Pima County, since December, since adoption of the plan, has ensured that over 363,000 pounds of trash has been cleaned up from our county waterways and washes along the loop, along the Santa Cruz. This is crucial and is critical as we begin to figure out how we are going to ensure that the public is seeing action, and I commend you on that. Regarding the loop survey and some of the feedback that we're getting, I encourage you to continue to do your outreach so that we can have a representative sample countywide. April 30th is the last day of this survey, and I look forward to robust public participation from the taxpayers. I wanted to talk really quick, Ms. Darlin, if it's okay, about the Pima Shelter and Community Resource Dashboard. When I introduced the One Pima initiative, I was really thinking that this would be an innovative way for nonprofits to be able to keep track of the amount of shelter capacity that is available regionally. And the example I've always said is that if we know how many hotel beds are in Pima County at any one point by going onto a third-party app, we should certainly be able to know what kind of shelter capacity is there. I'm encouraged that you find the tool to now be innovative. I am just curious, have we discussed any kind of modifications to the existing outreach and contracts, frankly, that we have with some of our nonprofit providers so that they can pay in, or we can pay them, for instance, to be adding aggregate data? What kind of conversations, I guess, have happened to make sure that this is a fully implemented asset and tool that doesn't just get lost in translation? I feel like we've all created a tool and at some point and relied on others. This is where the county really has to take the lead in ensuring that the data we're getting that is aggregated is in real time and accurate.
Sure. Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano, so to that point, while the Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness was working on their 5-year strategic plan, they had convened a conversation with shelter providers. Admittedly, around how do we better identify the available shelter beds availability throughout a region on a day-to-day basis. That conversation got underway just in time for One Pima to give county staff direction to build out the apparatus by which that information could be updated on a daily basis. From the very beginning, following the direction from One Pima, I have directly been participating in the work group that the Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness has been hosting on this particular development. It's been a close coordination, talking routinely with city staff who lead that effort on behalf of the Continuum of Care, or TPCH. Feedback from them and their buy-in make this is easier. It's going to be easier for shelter staff to update their bed availability on a daily basis versus in the Homeless Management Information System, which is required by HUD. So we have to strongly encourage that our shelter providers don't abandon the data entry and the homeless management information system in lieu of what will be a fairly easy inventory and public reporting tool. In terms of the requirement, we are walking in close partnership in terms of we really want collaboration here, and I believe that shelter providers also have seen this being a valuable resource for them, because imagine that you are a shelter provider, you have no bed availability. This dashboard also provides you and your staff the opportunity to share available bed space and location with individuals who may be attempting to seek resources at your particular establishment. Overall, it's been very positive and well received. We'll find out more conclusively at the General Council of Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness, where we will be doing a training with identified shelter staff on the use and the update of the information. But the other piece I would add is that part of our fiscal year appropriation for our emergency solution grant funds, we have always consistently required that the funded shelter providers update their bed availability in a program within the homeless management information system. While the contracts for the awards that you all just blessed this afternoon go forward into their draft, we are also encouraging that we add that language to the contractual requirements there as well, to ensure that we're holding both of these as valuable data sets that we want to make sure our shelter providers are providing that information to.
Thank you, Chair Allen and Ms. Darlin. I appreciate the updates, and I look forward to you letting us know as a board how we can continue to support implementation of this particular recommendation. I really just will leave it to you to continue to push our nonprofits and figure out what ways they can be a partner in this. Without their data, this dashboard does not work, and I really think that what we need to be considering as a regional convener is the ability to incentivize their participation in this tool, but also to get creative about some of the other ways that we've talked. I mean, my colleague from District 4 mentioned some services that are often ignored by folks who are unsheltered, and perhaps because we know the answers, we've heard that some folks are not going to shelters because they do not have animal storage capacity or personal storage capacity. This dashboard should be just as easily, readily identifiable if those shelters have those particular amenities available for folks needing shelter space. And if they're not, we should also be looking for ways to incentivize the good work of those nonprofits who are housing our neighbors in these times of crisis. And I just will plead with us to continue to be thinking outside of the box so that we can have some action. And last but not least, Chair Allen, in preparation for 2.0 of One Pima, I am going to be paying close attention to the cleanup efforts. They've been proven to be successful countywide, as I mentioned earlier. But I've realized in conversations with our regional providers that we also need to be exploring how the inner city washways and culverts are contributing really to a lot of that waste going straight into the Santa Cruz, right? We're focusing on the Santa Cruz, but really that has been, we're doing it in reverse order, in my opinion, because the Santa Cruz is the collector, so to speak. And so what we need to do is be mitigating all of the trash and debris that is leading to the Santa Cruz. But I'm still going to celebrate nearly 400,000 pounds of trash cleaned throughout the region. That's a good thing, and appreciate everybody's participation to make One Pima happen. The District 5 office, Chair Allen and colleagues, has had lots of neighborhood meetings in the last several weeks with those neighborhoods directly adjacent to the Pima County Jail. One Pima has made a commitment to those 5 particular neighborhoods who have no choice but to be a neighbor of a carceral facility, and the recommendations that I've seen from this administrator to invest in those impacted neighborhoods, to work on some of the blight, to provide the infrastructure that's needed. Not only is it welcome news for these neighborhoods, but I truly believe that it's our way to be good neighbors and mitigate some of the unintended consequences over decades of being a neighbor to this facility.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. This item is titled Update on County Initiatives to Address Homelessness and Public Safety. And although the attachments dealt with the second Pima progress report, I had some questions about information that was sent to the board in a memo dated April 17th, follow up on evaluation of homeless encampments in unincorporated Pima County. But I want to say to both Director Darland and to Mr. DeBonis, who has apparently taken Ms. Lesher's place on the dais, I do not need answers for this today. In fact, it might be preferable, given the nature of these questions, to wait until the staff has some time to prepare a written response to the board. The first question comes from the bottom of page 2 of that memo, dealing with survey tools and encampment data, and this will kind of follow up on questions and comments made by Supervisors Cano and Christie. It says, since May 5, 2025 through March 31, 2026, a total of 262 individuals were encountered, as well as 113 pets. Of the individuals encountered, 43 accepted a housing assessment, outreach supplies such as pet food, water, hygiene items, or use of a phone, with no one accepting connections to shelter or treatment. At this stage of implementation of the enhanced protocol, this is an area of effort for which staff are working to better understand the barriers to accepting services. What I would like is some written response to the board with more detail on how that understanding is being built. You're trying to get a better understanding of the barriers to accepting services. I'd like the board to know how's that understanding being developed. Secondly, under strengthening operational coordination, the end of the first paragraph says, this stage of implementation of the enhanced protocol is focused on establishing and maintaining a routine cadence of intra-departmental operational reviews, including evaluating ongoing areas of emerging need that warrant coordinated attention, as well as strategies that assure a uniform understanding and application of the protocol. I'd like some more detail on what is taken up in those intra-departmental reviews, so that the board just has a better sense of what's being discussed at the end of that paragraph. And then a clarification question, and maybe you can answer this now. Are the intra-departmental coordination meetings different from the quarterly meetings that are mentioned in the next section? Coordination with law enforcement and strategic partners, those are different meetings, right?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, yes.
Okay, all right. So that helps, because near the end of that section, it says ongoing collaboration between county land managing departments, justice services, and the Tucson Police Department demonstrates that reciprocal processes would both reinforce the protocol's prioritization of outreach and service connection, while also promoting an engagement approach that minimizes the risk of unnecessary criminalization of individuals experiencing homelessness. What I'm gathering from that is that the experience of the city working with our departments has been instructive. I'd just like some more detail on the lessons learned there and how we're trying to incorporate them into these reciprocal processes that we want to have in place with the Sheriff's Department, if I'm reading that correctly.
Chairman, Supervisor Scott, yes. And briefly, as you noted, we've been observing the role of our departments are directly participating in the Safe City deployments, and we're seeing through iterated processes what that looks like, including reported increases in folks accepting some form of service. And so it feels like it's beneficial for us to learn and lean into that and see how that can inform the conversation that we're having similarly with our Sheriff's Department on their participation of shared areas of that are not just for land management, but also from the things that are being encountered by patrol deputies as well.
So fleshing out those lessons learned for the board, I think would be helpful for the board. And to the point that you just made, Director Darland, I believe that Mayor Romero said at our last joint meeting that city staff had seen an uptick in the number of people who were accepting services. In the next section dealing with annual protocol review, it says emerging improvements in intra-departmental coordination, data tools, and resource deployment, and strategies to strengthen outreach engagement will be key points for update and discussion. I just would like the board, once the protocol is revised, I'd just like the board to get an update that notes the most substantial changes to the protocol and why they were made. Because my understanding is that that's going to be happening in the late spring.
So for clarification, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, so what we'll do, the protocol now requires an annual review that we can go over all of the processes, because as we know, this is an evolving crisis, and as such, the conditions change. So annually, we are required to get together with staff. This also requires a safety training and review so that we make sure that staff know how to facilitate the protocol safely. We anticipate that there might be some clarifications. Overall, like major revision already has been blessed, but we expect that there might be some clarification in how that gets operated, both in the things that are initiated as a result of a regional report versus what a department would do when staff encounter an encampment on an asset that their department is responsible for maintaining. That's more new information than you asked, but we will absolutely be sure to share back with the board the process and what we've learned from that annual convening and opportunities for improvement of this procedure.
Awesome. Yeah, and that would be exactly what I was interested in is what are the lessons learned in terms of application of the protocol as you go through that annual review with the various departments. And then the last question I had is really directed, Mr. Brown, to the county attorney's office, because this memo makes reference to the fact that Director Darland and Ms. Davis were working in partnership with PCAO to make the final determination that is noted at the end of the memo, which is that there isn't any additional need for any new ordinances or anything of that nature. The board got an attorney-client privilege memo from your office dated July 8th, 2025. It was written by you and Bobby Yu, and although I can't talk about the content of that memo here because we didn't release it from attorney-client privilege, if you and your team, Mr. Brown, could look at this memo from Ms. Lesher and her team, and if there's any follow-up from a legal perspective that the board needs, especially reflecting back on the July 8th, 2025 attorney-client privilege memo, that would be of great interest to me, especially when I look at some of the points made in the section of Ms. Lesher's memo that's headed interjurisdictional opportunities.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, we will look into that and send you a response.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair Allen, thank you. And thank you, Mr. DeBonis and Ms. Lesher.
And Chair Allen, if I can have it to that point to Supervisor Scott's for additional inquiries with our council. And I guess I should step back a bit. So greater enforcement along the loop of bike patrol monitored by the Sheriff's Department, to my understanding, for a 10-person crew would be about $1 million. And so I'm, Mr. Brown, very curious, and Administrator Lesher, about the funding mechanism for such an investment of that nature. I mean, there's obviously the very simple, could be a general fund allocation in not next year's, but the following year's budget. It's not part of the recommended for this current year, right? But could a secondary, the specific question is, could a secondary tax fund a service like this? So if flood control is the mitigating entity where the loop is overseeing enforcement issues, could that particular secondary property tax fund a expenditure in the law enforcement category. I'm curious if that is possible, permissible, as we start to just figure out how to ensure that public safety is our top priority. Thank you.
I have a question. Like anyone else? It was eerily silent. So I understand that it was in the slide, right? It was obviously just a flat image. However, I often find from a District 3 lens that maps of the county often end just outside, just west of Tucson, and don't include the rest of Pima County. And so it just looking at that did make me think to ask the degree to which the dashboard around, and it's titled Shelter and Community Resources, the degree to which it includes the rest of Pima County and extends out to community resources around the extent of the county's boundaries.
Yes, Chair Allen, one of the things that I am most proud of with the GIS team's perspective here is not only do they include the community shelters, they take truly a regional look at the resources, including our libraries. Our cooling site, our cooling network is going to be incorporated as well. So Ajo is represented on that map, as is Vail, as is Green Valley, as is Sahuarita, to ensure a true regional understanding of what resources are available, especially those programs that are provided by the county. Again, the static image does not do it justice. And so with that said, I would like to follow up with the county administrator's permission to reach out to each of the board offices to offer an opportunity to sort of do a demonstration along with the GIS team on what the functionality looks like. Your input is also important as we continue to refine, but I think you'll be very impressed with the ability to sort of tap into this resource and be able to navigate to the next available connection point. It's really dynamic, but we genuinely took a regional lens when it was built.
Great, thank you. Yes. Also, I'm curious how there was a grant that we approved a month or so ago from the Garcia Foundation, creating I think it was a resource hub, if I have the language right. Yes. And I'm curious sort of how that connects with the dashboard or doesn't connect, and kind of where things are at with that hub itself.
Chair Allen, the Community Workforce Development, which is the recipient of that 2-year award from the Garcia Foundation, is currently under discussions right now in building out that hub and what that will look like as far as functionality, as well as internal coordination with resource navigators and external partners. My recommendation would be I can connect with Director Sullivan, see when they would be able to provide a board an update on the status of that development and what they anticipate kind of rolling into that functionality. But the goal would be that irrespective if it's a hub that the county operates, or even the team at the City of Tucson's Public Communications and Safety Department that who operate 311, it would equally be a tool and resource that they too could utilize to help individuals calling in for support to navigate to resources.
Great, thank you.
Sorry for the eerie silence.
I can find something to ask about if it's
No, I mean, we could move on.
so.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We are indeed going to move on then to item 37, which is our Pima County Climate Action Update. Turn it to Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. As the presentation is getting pulled up, I will one day land this presentation squarely on Earth Day, but happy almost Earth Day. And now the slides are here. So without further ado, we will get started on our bi-monthly update on the Climate Action Plan for County Operations. As noted here in the first slide, there are several of the first-year tasks that are enumerated by the Climate Action Plan for County Operations and its partner document, the CAPCO Implementation Plan. And today is a really exciting update where we're going to be discussing several of the foundational data-driven approaches to CAPCO that have resulted in some really exciting early project successes for the county. Similarly, we'll be discussing the project interconnection with other priorities across the climate plan and other strategic initiatives across the county, specifically and discussed by my colleague, Director Darland, the One Pima initiative, and the Prosperity Initiative's climate resilience and environmental justice cross-cutting policy. Next slide, please. Slide before that, please. Thanks. So first order of business in our climate action plan for county operations, as discussed with the board, is to conduct an energy assessment across the county facilities and our wastewater operations. This is a foundational effort that will enable the county to select projects and improve operations and capital investments that not only improve the operations overall, but position us to meet our energy goals and realize cost savings thereof. As the board knows, last May, the board adopted Board Resolution 2025-11, which commits the county to reduce emissions by 60% from 2021 levels. The county's emission goal is now, over the next 5 years, 30,613 metric tons of carbon emission equivalent between now and 2030. That is in part thanks to the significant emissions reduction work resulting from the CAPCO's predecessor, the Sustainable Action Plan for County Operations. Today, we're going to highlight two really exciting projects that have an estimated 6,300 metric tons of carbon emissions reduction over the CAPCO timeline, which represents collectively 20% of that 5-year goal, which is very exciting. Next slide, please. So the first of these projects is the Corona de Tucson Regional Wastewater Reclamation Site project, which the board approved in October of 2025 in early consideration of the CAPCO. This site serves several areas of Pima County, including rural Pima County, specifically Arivaca, Abra Valley, and Green Valley. This project positively affects supervisorial districts 2, 3, and 5. The project was a result of an energy assessment of wastewater operations and critical project identification to meet not only our energy goals, but improve outcomes of the county's water priorities. So the project improves energy efficiency, aeration, and has renewable energy on site. This will improve the energy efficiency and positively benefit disinfection capabilities, increased aquifer recharge, and recharge credits. The data associated with this project, it's estimated to save almost 29 million in kilowatt hours and 16,537 metric tons of carbon emissions equivalent over the 20-year lifetime of the project. Over the CAPCO period, that's over 4,000 metric tons of carbon equivalent alone. This project cost was $7 million, with a projected cost savings of $7 million over the 20 years of the contracted life cycle, and is estimated to have $11 million total gross savings. These estimates are based on current costs, estimated savings, and energy utilization across this facility, and this project is protected by a performance-based contract to ensure the energy savings are realized from implementation of the site energy improvements. Next slide, please. The next really big success and data-driven project is the Abrams solar installation over the visitor parking lot in the front of the building. This is another example of how the county used its energy data and assessment and data-driven approaches to pick a project that is strategic in investment and represents shared priorities across the CAPCO and the county. So the county used its energy cap, which is its data on energy use, energy costs, and building specific efficiency performance, to select the public health center for a larger scale solar array in the visitor parking lot. As you see in the top picture, this project is in District 2, but also positively affects all district offices, as the county has a statute mandate for public health and the services that are provided in this facility. The solar installation is estimated to save almost 33 million kilowatt hours and 7,547 metric tons of carbon equivalent over the 25-year lifetime, with just over 2,000 metric tons of carbon equivalent over the CAPCO period. This project is also in alignment with heat vulnerability and higher heat island risk data and will support solar shade for our public health center visitors, which include new parents, infants, and families visiting our vital records, patients visiting the family medicine clinic on site adjacent to Banner South Campus, and all the public visitors that come to the campus. The project cost is $1.7 million and is anticipated to pay itself off in roughly 9 to 10 years or sooner, dependent on utility cost increases. Notably, these cost savings estimates might also, across both projects, might also see additional benefit through some of the few remaining Inflation Reduction Act credits, and we will update the board accordingly. Next slide. Slide before. Thanks. This is the second largest priority of the CAPCO, and this is what we are calling the heat vulnerability map. This is a monumental achievement for the county, and this is work led by our Pima County Health Department's heat effort under its emergency preparedness team. The health department has developed this map that includes longitudinal data on heat-related illness and Office of the Medical Examiner data on heat-related deaths. This also includes City of Tucson's 911 heat-related emergency calls and has included other county GIS layers for manufactured home density, specifically from our assessor's office, urban and surface heat islands, tree equity scores, social vulnerability census tract layers, supervisorial districts, and more. This map uses public health and epidemiological data to directly respond to heat and develop strategic coordination of cooling center locations, heat preparedness efforts, and neighborhood community engagement. As stated in the climate plan, this is foundational to informing all of the other strategies across the chapters within the climate plan, specifically its water and landscapes chapter, green stormwater infrastructure investments, tree planting, and other needed infrastructure investments across county facilities and parcels. Next slide, please. In that same vein, I want to echo Director Darlin's shout out to our Geographic Information Systems team. They have been very busy between our two initiatives and various other county initiatives, building visual representations that are really essential for us to do the work that we do in a strategic way. So this is a map that we are calling the Climate Asset Map, which will eventually be available on Pima our website in an effort to continue our reporting and accessibility to our climate initiatives for the public. This will be an overall map that the public can toggle through and really find out the county's assets, such as EV charging, wastewater, solar installations, recycling, cooling center network, among many other layers that can be available and accessible. Next slide, please. Like the projects before, I wanted to highlight an example of data-driven action and alignment across several of county priorities. And Director Darlin highlighted this in her One Pima initiative update. But I want to underscore the Silver Lake Mission neighborhood, which is identified squarely in One Pima as an investment zone opportunity area to continue to bolster the services and accessible resources in that area. The Silver Lake Mission neighborhood is in District 5, identified in One Pima, and is the #3 highest heat vulnerability zone across the top 10 neighborhoods based on historical data. As you may have seen in media, each year the American Red Cross of Southern Arizona, the county, the city, and several other organizations community-wide partner to conduct heat preparedness canvassing. This effort works at the neighborhood level to distribute resources on identification and prevention of heat emergencies. The resources available for respite, home repair assistance, utility assistance, and bolstering social cohesion across neighborhood level community supports. This underscores the Red Cross's Know Your Neighbor model in disaster preparedness. This year, the vulnerability map ensured neighborhoods were canvassed that had a higher rate of heat-related illness and death. Volunteers included Red Cross volunteers, University of Arizona and Northern Arizona nursing students, elected officials, county and city staff, among others. And to date this year, the team used the heat vulnerability map to conduct several neighborhood level heat canvassing efforts reaching over 1,000 community members before heat season started. Pictured here is the Silver Lake Mission neighborhood canvas. In addition to be identified, it has a cross-section of justice-involved individuals, high density of manufactured homes, and higher heat-related emergencies. This walk included the Pima County District 5 office, staff from Pima County, and City of Tucson, and demonstrates several ways in which the county's priorities coexist and co-benefit the community. Next slide, and last slide. I won't be here until June, and so I wanted to give the board an update on all the things that are going to be occurring in May. Importantly, our Regional Flood Control District is going to be having a grand opening for the Julia Keene Stormwater Park on May 2nd, which is really exciting, and we hope everyone can make it. It's a beautiful location. We will have a broader update in June on the Water Working Group priorities, which include Stormwater Park and detention basin enhancements. Heat awareness, wildfire awareness both occur in May, and we continue to promote invasive species volunteering across county staff. Similarly, we have the Green Stewards, which hosts a monthly roundtable on all of the priorities that are topical and timely to the county's PIMACAN effort. And with that, I will conclude and take any questions that the board might have.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions. So, I'd love to see the tree equity data. I look forward to sitting down and looking at specifically about District 3. But one of the things that I would love to see is how across sort of organization-wide we can integrate and prioritize planting more trees, right, into the things that we do. So whether it is, project design and construction, transportation, development services, like each, just about every department has some sort of, or the departments that have some nexus with land, how we are integrating in planting of trees and creating more shade throughout the county. I would love to see how we can do that. It's great to see the solar installations at Abrams. What's next? Not that it's done, but what's on the horizon?
Chair Allen, members of the board. We are thinking through our next solar installations now that the heat vulnerability map is complete. We really wanted to use that map to underscore because we can add GIS layers for county parcels and facilities. We have a couple of ideas. We are going to look at the energy assessment. Our goal is to have that complete across county departments and potentially working with procurement to identify a partner agency that might support us on our overall assessment to strategically pick priorities that will net the most energy efficiency benefit and also meet our vulnerability kind of nexus there to see what we should prioritize in the upcoming fiscal year. There is an investment slated in the integrated infrastructure plan and I believe the fiscal 27 budget for solar. And so we're going to use that vulnerability data to identify but we have a couple in mind. But I would be remiss if I didn't say we needed just a little bit more time for assessment on our next solar installation.
That's fair. Thanks. Thank you. Well, all right. Well, thank you very much. We are going to move to item 38. This is the item that was put on essentially as a placeholder, right, in case Sheriff Nanos responded to our request for a report in saying that he was going to come in person. However, we understood that he was going to submit something in writing. Administrator Lesher, I think you have an update for us.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. About 20 minutes ago, we did receive a copy of the report. I've confirmed we sent it to each of you electronically. I just gave you a hard copy. It is posted on the County Administrator's website under County Administrator Memorandum 2026. The first item is the response from Sheriff Nanos. It does have a PDF response to all of those questions. We received it. We've distributed it. I've not yet read it. And I don't think anyone else has, but it did come in. It was due today. It has been received and it has been distributed and made available to the public on our website.
Thank you for jumping up and doing that immediately. So given that we've just received it, my colleagues, I'm going to propose that we continue this item to the next meeting so that we have time to review the responses and then we can resume the conversation discussion around it at our next meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? All those in favor of continuing the item to our next meeting? Aye. Opposed? Continuation of the item passes 5-0. All right. Just checking. We have no more presentations. Is that correct? All right. Now then, let's go back a little bit just to kind of get us back into working through chronologically. So we're going to go back to item 34. This is a item introduced by Supervisor Hines, federal and state legislative agenda item. I'll pass it to you, Supervisor, to set this up.
Thank you. And I know that there are a lot of, oh, that's what that does. I hit the switch under the desk and my monitor changed, so no one could see that except me, so I just looked strange. All right. So items 34 and 35 are related as was presented during a recent, actually the January 29th Pima Association of Governments meeting, discussions about passenger rail that's occurring in Mexico, a huge infrastructure program, but they're a 6-year program, possibly more than that, that they embarked upon in 2024, connecting Mexico City in 3 phases to our southern border, Nogales, Sonora. I've been very interested and had the consul, Fernando Sanchez, from representing the Mexican government and other government officials from Mexico, and also industry folks who are familiar with both the subject of 34, which is passenger rail, and 35, speak to the Pima Association of Governments. That was very well received. There's a significant amount of interest in the state, especially our colleagues in Santa Cruz County and the city of Nogales are also very interested in this, as it would be greatly beneficial. This is kind of generational infrastructure type stuff we're talking about, would be greatly beneficial to of course, Arizona, the nation, Tucson, Nogales, and of course to Sonora. So in talking with some of our federal and also our contract lobbyists here in Arizona, the request was made to have this formally be something that is on our legislative agenda so that they can do things like, right now, for example, there is the surface transportation reauthorization bill is being marked up. I don't know where it is in the process, but I think that's something they're planning to vote on at the federal level in September or October. And in order to fully engage with our lobbying team to get them to maybe on the passenger rail side, get a few $1 million for a study to help elevate the identified corridor for passenger rail between, say, downtown Tucson and Nogales. That would be, I think, something that would be fantastic in light of the fact that we do have Juan Ciscomani, who sits on appropriations and the subcommittee for transportation, and another representative, Greg Stanton, who is on foreign affairs as well as transportation. So this basically just gives, this adds this to our legislative agenda so that that our contract lobbyist and our federal lobbying folks can work on this and hopefully get some additional funds and attention on this particular project. And I will, I guess, move that we add this item to our legislative agenda.
I will second it and open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Chair Allen. If I might, to my colleague from District 2, I am hesitant to add additional work to the portfolio of our state and federal contract lobbyists at this time. We've got a budget appropriation process on both the state level and the federal level that I think requires our utmost attention. And we really are only just about 2 months away from needing to submit all of our proposed items for our legislative agenda to the county administrator. And so I look forward to supporting these particular items in that document over the summer, and look forward to continuing to partner with you on the number of options and exploration that we can have with those discussions with our partners. I'm hesitant to do that right now only because I know that our lobbying teams are trying to put out a lot of fires on our behalf.
And just to clarify, this was requested by our contract lobbyist that the board do this. So I don't think we're still going to be talking to him about these issues. He just would like to have the board's, affirmation of it. But also the fact that the surface transportation reauthorization is happening right now, I don't know that waiting 2 or 3 months would actually allow this to even happen potentially on the passenger rail side one. So at least that one I'd like to see move forward.
I think my question is just one of sort of scope and scale of what it is that we're directing our lobbyists to do. It seems like this is something that, 2 or 3 full-time lobbyists could be working on for a decade. And so I'm wondering how it is that we set some, and just to state the obvious, that we have a very full legislative agenda, right, from a legislature that is always looking to sort of carve away some of the roles and responsibilities of the county and shifting costs to the county, a budget to navigate. So they've got other things on their plate. So I'm just wondering if there is a way to refine this so that we are giving explicit direction about what it is that they are working on. And so if one example was if we want our federal lobbyists to lobby on our behalf for the surface transportation reauthorization bill, right? So if there's ways to make this more specific, I would be more comfortable with it, because otherwise, this is a decades long endeavor, and I don't know how our lobbyists then balance this with the other things, if that makes sense.
Sure, Chair Allen, that's right. And I guess we did write it more broadly, but that is the specific thing that they said that they felt comfortable and like they could potentially accomplish that, like right now, to work to getting some kind of possible appropriation, small appropriation for a study in that particular bill that's coming up later this fall. That is exactly what I've been asking them to help us with. So that is the specific ask.
And would the surface transportation reauthorization bill, does that encompass both passenger rail as well as commercial rail? Or is it an either?
Yeah, I believe it's yes.
Then I wonder if I can make an amendment to this to ask our federal lobbyists to direct the county's federal lobbyists to advocate, lobby, and encourage, engage on these surface transport. Someone else could probably come up with better wording, but working on the surface transportation reauthorization bill to try to get funds for some feasibility, some initial analysis for passenger and commercial rail, so that it's just a tighter package, and then come back, I think as Supervisor Cano suggested, with putting this back onto our legislative agenda when we approve that, review and approve that in, I think that's July.
That would be fine if I can then. Is that a substitute motion for my previous motion? Because I'll second that. I don't know how this works. Okay, an amendment. Yeah, of course. That's fine. We can refine it like that. That'd be great.
So that was, so you're seconding the amendment?
I'm
Is that right? Accepting the amendment? Yeah. Is there a second to that amendment?
You did.
I seconded it?
Well, I made a motion, you seconded it, you revised it, I accepted your amendment.
Okay. All right. So any further discussion?
Chair Allen, I will not be able to support the amendment either. I've received stakeholder input that this is not ready for prime time yet, and I have further questions about whether the county is in the lead on lobbying for this particular infrastructure investment. I would be happy to support it in a July legislative agenda as part of the 30 plus items that we consider. But I just, having been up there at the state capitol, I recognize that late additions to our legislative agenda can be something that can distract us from what we're trying to do, which is to ensure that we are staying out of the legislature's way and that we are looking for additional investment. This conversation is a bilateral conversation that we have to have with lots of stakeholders. And so I mean, to my colleague from District 2, is there, have we received assurances that we are making this appropriation ask, or is this an ask on behalf of the various stakeholders that are going to be impacted by an appropriation?
Just to clarify, this is for Congress, not for the state legislature. What I'm talking about now with this particular bill, and why Mr. Rossi asked us to consider this now.
Even then, Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, have we done our due diligence with the stakeholders on this particular item? So, meaning, have we convened a group like the state of Sonora, like the you said the consulate's office has been engaged, the tourism agency Visit Tucson? I'd love to engage them on this process, and I'm just wondering, could we accomplish the same thing in 2 months' time with our comprehensive legislative agenda?
I don't, again, this having had discussions with all jurisdictional leadership at Pima Association of Governments, having had participants in both of these topics, actually 34 and 35, from the state of Sonora, from industry in Sonora, literally working on these things right now, from the Arizona Department of Transportation. So yeah, I think the only stakeholder that we have yet to engage at this point, I believe, is a representative from Union Pacific, but this is very preliminary. This is study dollars. And this is something, again, that Mr. Rossi suggested that we do as soon as possible, because of the fact that in Congress, it's getting late to make any changes to that surface transportation reauthorization bill. So, and there's no guarantee that anything gets in there, but that's why this item, I thought I needed to bring it forward a little sooner. Is there a specific stakeholder that you would like us to engage with? Because I'm happy to include anyone who feels this is needs more work.
Yeah, I mean, Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, my general hesitancy is that we are nearing the end of April and we have a legislative agenda that we're about to approve in 2 months, and adding additional federal or state stipulations to our legislative priorities, I believe it's setting a bad precedent, and ultimately we can get to the same destination in just a few months. And what I am particularly interested in is, Administrator Lesher, you might be able to answer this. We already have a fully vetted federal lobbying strategy for infrastructure projects, and that list has been given the green light by the board. Anytime we ask and add more to our list of requests, that ultimately, in the eyes of appropriators, shifts where their priorities are on what's being asked of. And so I guess more specifically, when we start to add to the federal agenda, I'm concerned that county projects that we are requesting, there's infrastructure projects with capital improvements. There's also some public safety and public health efforts. Administrator Lesher, do you have an update on what those conversations have been with our federal delegation on those appropriations?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano, I don't have an update on those items. Be happy to get those for you. I'll just say that one of the reasons that we had asked that this item come back is we do have limited resources, and we'd ask that our lobbyists not work on something that they're billing hours to the county without the authorization of the board, which is why this has come back today as well. So I think we're looking at anytime we have something that we think expands past some of the original identified pieces, we come back to the board for authorization to make sure that we continue to lobby on behalf of the full board. So thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I'm happy to get an update on the others.
And Chair Allen, Administrator Lesher, can you maybe give us some insight as to how the additional full-time roles that we've just added to the economic development team, there's a particularly an emphasis on foreign investment. Is this a conversation that might also kind of be supplemented by the addition of those positions and timeline for when those positions would start?
Thank you, Chair Allen and Supervisor Cano. The board did authorize 2 new positions, one dealing with foreign direct investment and one to assist with our legislative program when you approve the funding, the allocation of some of the funds that we'll be receiving from Project Blue, sale of the land. And we have created the positions. We've gone through the HR process. The board created those positions. I don't have an update today on the status of the hiring of those, but we'll be happy to get back to the board with that. But yes, I think both of those positions will certainly be able to advocate on behalf of this kind of project.
You know, I think I will, I'm going to pull, what's the word? It's not even that late in the day. I retract my amendment. I am sensitive to the limited resources that we have around the current lobbying efforts. And I don't want to dilute. And if we are on the edge of bringing on a couple of staff that would be able to work on this, then I think I would wait until we've got those staff on board and, have more of a concerted effort. And as the other part, right, of my amendment was about making sure that this is brought up as part of our legislative agenda, because I like to look at things in the totality and see how things are fitting. So I think I will pull back my amendment and just hope that this can come back up when the staff are on board and as we're putting together in 2 months our full federal and state legislative agenda, and sort of see it in the totality of what it is that we're trying to move forward, so that I'm not worried about our lobbyists being stretched too thin and being asked to do something else while they're working to advocate for other capital projects at the federal level, and then the things that we've asked them to do at the state level.
So we hate rail now.
I love rail. Don't get me wrong. I want to be one of the first folks that is like jetting from here to Mexico City.
Probably not if we don't actually vote on this. Look, it's not going to show up in the surface transportation reauthorization bill anything if we don't tell them in the next soon to do stuff. I don't think it might be too late now. It's definitely gonna be late in 2 weeks, 2 months rather. So I don't know why this is actually a contentious issue. Literally, Anama, Michael Rossi, on a call, suggested this.
And the reauthorization happens on an annual basis, right?
Oh, I think I don't know enough about Congress. I'm not sure exactly what frequency it happens. I know it's happening in September or October this year.
Yeah. I mean, I feel okay waiting for a couple months because of the fact that this is a monstrous project.
Sure.
It will take, 10, 20 years. People have been talking about rail from Phoenix to Tucson for, I had friends that joked that they could actually do, well, anyway, I won't tell you my anecdotes, but it has been something that people have been talking about and advocating for, and plans have been sketched out between Tucson and Phoenix for a long time. So I think it's just, it's something that's going to take a while. I just want to ensure that we are not diluting the lobbying efforts that we already have in place, and which come to kind of an end right when we renew our legislative agenda in just a couple months. So I that's why I feel okay with it, even though I love the idea of rail.
Okay, is this going to be the same conversation we have for everything? Because I want to modify the legislative agenda 3 more times. So I'm just going to withdraw all the items and save everyone the, like, actually, no, I won't. Let's talk about each of them.
I withdrew my amendment. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the original motion, was there. Any further discussion?
So
For your
withdrew
original
second,
item.
So the motion fails?
I withdrew my amendment.
Oh, you withdrew the amendment.
I withdrew the amendment, so then we returned to the original motion
Okay.
that I had seconded. You made the motion, I seconded it, opened it up for discussion, and it was in the course of that discussion that I introduced the amendment, right? So that's gone, so we're back now to the original motion.
Okay, I guess to clarify, at what point would my colleagues be interested in talking about the legislative agenda, even if there's an urgency? Like, is there a specific meeting that we would like to talk about this on?
When do we normally do the review of our legislative agenda?
Chair Allen, we send the information out to staff in July. We bring it to the board generally in August, in July or late July or August, depending upon when the meetings fall, compared to when do we need to get our proposed agenda to the County Supervisors Association.
Okay, so bring this back in August when we want to get it done by Congress in September. All right. I will withdraw items 34, 35. I can't remember.
Addendum 8 and 9.
Is that, I just want to hear, is that, should my colleagues don't want to talk about anything for the legislative agenda? We can modify it at any time, guys. It doesn't matter the date. But is that what I'm hearing? I don't want to waste anyone's time. Or I could put them in the form of a proclamation. No, too soon. Okay. Oh, this is kind of disappointing, guys. Like, no one is saying anything, so.
I would prefer to see them in the totality of everything that we're putting forward. One other thing that I will just add of like thinking about for the addendum ones, I don't yet know enough. And the other thing that I would want to know, again, and from sort of speaking out from other items, but if just, again, unintended consequences, right? Things that we would be calling on lobbyists to advocate for that would impact other counties, right? Is because some of our items are specific to a certain context that we're sitting in, but I don't know how it may affect others in the landscape. Other counties may be impacted. And so I think I would just want to dig in a little bit for, I think, 8 and 9 around that.
Okay, well, we can talk about 8 and 9 today, but I'll withdraw 34 and 35 if that is the will of the board. Which I will interpret that it is because no one is saying anything other than you, so.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Cano.
related to items mentioned by my colleague from District 2, I have seen him be so successful walking the halls of Congress and being able to represent the county's interests. I do think we are headed in the same destination for support of these items. I do want to ensure that we're staying focused on the county's capital infrastructure needs that we have already approved. And so that, to me, what I worry is we keep adding to the legislative priority at the state and federal levels, and we don't stay focused on those existing priorities and adding this. I don't want the message to be that this is the county's sole item of importance, and I'm worried that once we go into an appropriator's office at the federal level, that's the message that's going to be received. But as I've said, I've seen my colleague from District 2 work those rooms, work those negotiations, and I truly feel that we can still accomplish that either through the legislative agenda, through the form, Supervisor Hines, of a proclamation as well. I think that's not too soon as a solution for me, but I have already heard from stakeholders related to rail that need to be at the table, and I firmly believe that with this board support of additional FTEs toward economic development with a partnership on bilateral and binational conversations, we're headed in that direction.
Thank you.
Okay, to clarify where we are, 34 and 35 are being pulled. We will see them again come July, August, as part of the proposal for our legislative agenda or lobbying agenda.
We could have driven to Nogales by now.
My friend's jokes was that they could probably get to Phoenix faster using one of those hand push rail things. And anyway.
Chair Allen?
Yeah.
If I may, I think, I don't know if it's a point of privilege or just to ask to go back for a moment. It's been brought to my attention that the copy that we have shared with the board, with there were questions from the sheriff, included some personal information. There are social security numbers and things like that. Oh. You have received a second memo, not a hard copy, but you have received, thank you, that includes some redactions, and appreciate your patience while we get the information without social security numbers and such. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Sure. We are now moving to item number 40. All right, haven't missed anything. Correct. Item number 40, this is our fiscal year 2027 expenditure limitation report. I will move to approve resolution number 2026-21.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 42, this is the Juvenile Court Center Family Counseling Program. I move to approve resolution number 2026-22.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving along, addendum. Item number 5. This is amending the approved Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for May 2026 through December 2026. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Cheryl, just to clarify, what is the board approving on this item?
To change our schedule.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. Well, Administrator Lesher, if you don't mind providing an overview of the item.
Thank you. I think primarily looking at how we can best accommodate executive sessions. That believing that on the second meeting of your month, which I believe the fourth Tuesday, you are set to convene at 5 o'clock. Believing that it would be important for the board to meet in executive session on some matters that might be needed prior to the start of the meeting at 5 o'clock. This will allow you the flexibility that when you see what items are needed for an executive session, you can convene the board at a time, say 3:30, 4 o'clock, whatever that might be, so that you could meet in executive session prior to the beginning of the meeting at 5. And then on the days you have the study session, you could accommodate executive session items that would be needed for the regular session at the end of the study session. So this is simply providing that flexibility to accommodate those, believing that you don't want the public to come at 5 o'clock in the evening and have you adjourn into executive session for any period of time. So that's what we're looking to accommodate. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, no one wants to change their vote, right? Okay, good. Moving on to addendum item number 8. Supervisor Hines, this is a state legislative.
Okay, yeah. And in talking about the other 2 items, you mentioned that didn't have as much background on this. I think I shall provide some now, and then we can certainly move it to a later time as the board seems to prefer. But this came about, actually this has been a concern of mine for a while, especially as regards constables who have obviously died in the line of duty or sadly in Maricopa County as well as Pima County and others. Constables, elected constables and elected sheriffs in the state of Arizona do not have to have any type of certification, training for law enforcement or anything. But every other chiefs of police, for example, have to have peace officer certification and so on. So literally everyone who's in any kind of law enforcement, a correctional officer, a sheriff's deputy, any police officer, detective, whatever, they have to be DPS. They all have to be peace officer certified. This just makes common sense and is a really important public safety issue, I would say, and public health, frankly, as well. So this is something that I think we need to we need to very seriously consider adding to our legislative agenda for the state. I'm not clear, and I think because the session is ongoing, I haven't gotten a clear answer about this as to whether or not this can be done from a modification to the Arizona revised statutes, or if this would have to potentially be like a constitutional referral. Either way, I think it's something important we should talk about. And just a little recent history, the state of Washington did something like this because they also saw this as an issue. I believe in the last, I don't know exactly when they did it, I don't want to misspeak, but the state of Washington put together a committee to do this exact type of certification, and they are already being sued by their sheriffs because I don't know. So it's an issue in multiple and in other places, at least in other Western places. So I think we need to watch that closely. But if we don't want to talk about this now, I can certainly withdraw and reschedule this item for a later date. So great.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Could we get, and perhaps your office could solicit this, some input from the Constable's Ethics Standards and Training Board? That would be really helpful.
For sure.
Specific to constables. Mm-hmm. With regard to sheriffs, I can see a situation where a county's voters might want to elect a sheriff who doesn't necessarily have a law enforcement background, given that is essentially an administrative position. You're running a department. I know that most sheriffs, if not all, currently in Arizona have a law enforcement background, including ours, but I could see a situation where a county's voters, for whatever reason, wanted to elect a sheriff that didn't necessarily come out of law enforcement, just like we currently have a county attorney who is certainly an attorney, but her background is in defense, right, not in prosecution. So that's something that I would imagine might come up in the legislature if they were talking about that, especially if there'd been instances in the past where a county's voters had elected a sheriff who didn't necessarily come from a law enforcement background. But specific to constables, I really would like that input from their Ethics Standards and Training Board.
Thank you, Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott. I will look into that. And also, just to clarify, in terms of voter choice, I would never want to prohibit. But if a person were to become elected to a constabular position or a sheriff position after being elected, then that's when I would want some kind of training or certification once they're actually going to be doing the job, not to prohibit them from running.
And that's why, Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, I'd like that input from CESTB, because there's already some mandatory training that's in place that I'm sure doesn't rise to the level of AZ Post, but I'd like to get some more information on that.
Great. Thank you.
And I think, unfortunately, our former constable who passed away in the line of duty had not gone through all of her required training by that unfortunate date.
And I guess I do wonder if it is required not in order to run, but required once you serve, if they are, do they have to, what happens if they don't do it? Right, like it's just a question, that there is that possibility. Anyway, all right. So this item will be continued to
I'll just withdraw it until we figure out when all the other legislative items, so I don't want to get a date certain.
Okay.
Unless somebody has that date certain, I think I'll just withdraw it for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Addendum item number 9, aligning state statute with federal law regarding public conspiracy and corruption.
Thank you. And this is kind of astounding to me that Arizona is, according to, let's see here, we are ranked 49th nationally in terms of anti-corruption safeguards in our statutes. Not great. So we lack broad abuse of office, official misconduct type statutes. And that severely limits our ability, or the Attorney General's ability, or county attorney's ability to prosecute misuse of power. The exception is bribery. We have some stuff in our statutes about bribery, and also some other specific, like very narrowly tailored statutes that talk about like misuse of campaign funding. But other than those things, it really puts us in a bit of a pickle, and also not great for the public, for our residents, for the constituents to not have these safeguards in place. This forces reliance on federal enforcement, the Department of Justice, FBI, U.S. Attorney, and obviously leaves gaps for potentially like politically motivated misuse of authority by government officials appointed or elected. So basically we're in a pretty slim minority of states without any clear enforceable statute to address the abuse of a power or authority while in office. And that's why I think that we need to somewhat urgently get this on our agenda to have, at least at the state level, to try to fix this and to kind of fill in the gaps and put in some protections, get those in place, so that we aren't just so that the Attorney General and potentially county attorneys can do some things to protect the residents from a bad actor, for example, and not just hope that the feds intervene, especially because we don't always know what we're going to get when we're dealing with the feds. So I think that's important. And if I'm happy to hear from my colleagues, but I know that I'll happily, once you've said stuff, I'll just withdraw this and we can reschedule this to another time too.
Chair Allen, I very much appreciate Supervisor Hines bringing this item to our attention. It sounds like he was able to get the Attorney General to become aware of something that she and her staff were not aware of in terms of a lack of statutory authority for their office. So I'm very happy to consider this moving forward. It would be really helpful if we could get something either from the county attorney through the Attorney General or from the Attorney General's office themselves. I don't know, Mr. Brown, but in terms of the statutory need that it sounds like Supervisor Hines is identifying, some corroboration of that, either from your office or from the AG's office via your office, I think would be really helpful, not only to the board as we're determining our legislative agenda, but to the legislature as they're considering what we may be recommending.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm also curious whether this has been tried before, sort of why it is that we don't already have this in place.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Coniff.
Just to add the District 5's perspective, these are both items that I look forward to supporting in the summer through the legislative agenda that the board considers, and I applaud my colleague from District 2 for finding two concrete examples of ways that state legislation can support county taxpayers and county residents, especially on the public safety realm. And I also want to send our best to our state and federal teams doing all of their due diligence right now to put a lot of fires out on our behalf. I'm particularly looking at the state legislative agenda and the chaos that is coming out of that process. I will tell you, I do not miss it one bit up there, and I'm much grateful to be here with all of you. But on that front, what I also wanted to ask my colleague from District 2 is that he work closely with my colleague from District 1 and the County Supervisors Association. They have a vetting process that is kind of already underway as soon as the state budget stops and is signed into law. And I mean, in the snap of a finger, they just get ready for the following year already. And I'm kind of curious where we might see some similar calls for reform throughout that process as well. And so just to reiterate, look forward to supporting all of these efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on then to item 10. This is for the Ajo Domestic Water Improvement District. A little bit of context, which I can give, but I know many others can now give as well. So last December, you all may remember the Board of Supervisors assumed the role of the Ajo Domestic Water Improvement District Board. And so, we're trying to assist the local volunteers who have historically managed the water district as they transition to a new operator owner. So today's item is appointing the county administrator as the CEO and our finance director as the CFO of the DWID, which will allow county staff to provide business and administrative support. The county attorneys are continuing discussions with Arizona Water to finalize an operating management agreement and the eventual sale of the DWID infrastructure to Arizona Water. So we are hopeful that the final details of that agreement will make it to our May 12th meeting, and that we can give the incredible volunteers in Ajo a well-deserved break. So with that, I will move to approve resolution number 2026-24.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we move on to 13. 13, revisions of board supervisor policy. Would you, county administrator, county attorney, could you provide us a little overview of this item?
Happy to, Chair Allen. Supervisors, the current policy delegates authority for tax appeal settlements up to $30,000. The recommendation is to increase that authority to $100,000 to the assessor. Anything above a settlement of a tax appeal claim above $100,000 would still come to the board for consideration and approval.
So I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1. Moving on to item 14, revision of the personnel policy. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 15. This is an amendment to our agreement with regarding Workday. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. 16, Iron Brick Associates, providing deployment of Workday grants module. I'll move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 17, these are the District 3 trial court appointments for the nominating committee. I'll move to approve the appointments.
And second, and I will just add that the governor's office is very excited that we're all doing this process. And I am 5 years late, so I know Rex Supervisor Scott did this in 2022, and I was like, it's still COVID. No, I don't know what this is. So, okay. But yeah, so good on us for finally doing it.
Yes.
And I will say, Chair Allen, I'm still scratching my head, and when in doubt, phone the doctor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And I believe that is the last of our items, and our meeting is adjourned.